compared to the females on either side of her. She's a little more moderate in her framework, but I think one that's still got plenty of size for me. Good female, one that's just really unique. As we go to the next heifer back here, she was a single entry, one that was just tremendously long and extended. I think when we compare to the other two, she just gives up some of the balance and some of the overall power and look that the two in front of her have. Once again, got some differences here, but I'll show you the way I like them.
Entry over here on the beef balancer side. Just a really nice, complete type of female. Yeah, there's some things we'd change about her, but this heifer could stand a little more competition naturally than just being a single entry. Let's talk about the good things we see. This heifer's extended out through her front end, and she's got some rib shape, really bold, kind of deep kind of female. However, when we put her in motion, her biggest issue from me is going to be a structure standpoint, just like to loosen her up in a skeleton, flatten her out in the top, and just get her moving and driving more off her pasterns. We'll see her when we get her back out here later, see how she fits in.
And your champion junior heifer calf over in your moderator female show goes to entry number 3, TNG Tiger Lily, exhibited by William Wadsworth of Harmon, Maine. Congratulations. And your reserve champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 4, KAJ crowd favorite 18-2K, exhibited by Cameron Jones of Chapin, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be moving on to Class 11. Please note that Class 5 was a scratch. Class 5 was a scratch. We will be moving on to Class 11 summer yearling heifer calves. And over in your Braunvieh show, results for Class 1 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 3010, RF Braunvieh cow K291, exhibited by Kate June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Second place in that class goes to 4671 Miss Buttercup, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. And third place in that class is exhibited by Camille Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 3008, exhibited by Katie Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 1412, exhibited by Bailey Kempner of Salmon, Indiana. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 2936, exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Seventh place in that class goes entry number 4670, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. And eighth place in that class goes entry number 4769, exhibited by Grayson Sims of Clarendon, Texas. And also placings for Class 2 of your Beef Builder Braunvieh show. First place in Class 2 goes to entry number 3872, Alexander Lone Star Resi, exhibited by Logan Stevens of Orange, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 3 Beef Builder Senior Heifer Calves.
Another single entry here on the moderator side. I think he's brought us one out here that just gives you a good maternal look, a female that's round in terms of her rib shape. When you get behind her, she's got some power to her, some shape out through that hip. A female that you know, if we're going to change this one a little, maybe just like to neaten her up from her navel back into her flank, but a female that's certainly got some power to her, good single entry.
Back over in the Braunvieh ring, really nice way to start this class off. I hope at the end of the day that as you see the kind of cattle that I personally like, and folks, that's it. That's just my opinion today, are cattle that are complete, well designed in those skeletal makeup and get out and move. And I think this female answers that. I mean, really well balanced when you go analyzing her just all the way through. Could we plug her tail head down into her just a little bit? Yeah, we could. But boy, that's being nitpicky on a nice, awful nice, super complete type of female that I think gets to the head of class pretty nice for me. Heifer coming second. Boy, here's one that if you just analyzed them from foot size and the way she can get out and drive off those pasterns, boy, that's a nice type female. That's the way I like to see them made at the ground, and that's very important to me today. And I think when it comes to that, she excels just a tick over the female in first. Where she loses it for me is when we get her in motion and we watch her as well as she can walk, she wants to drop in her pin sets just a little bit and drop that hip down. But we'd like to clean her up to her front 1/3 just a tick, but boy, that's a nice female to be standing in the second hole today behind a daggone nice one. This heifer coming third, folks, when she hit the ring, I thought, boy, this is a big broody type of female, and I'm not going to back up off that. I love her rib shape. I love the way she's made in her flank. Her biggest issues with me are off her front and back end. Gets a little upright in her shoulder, which causes her to get a little short striding off her back end. Just a super nice class of Braunvieh females.
Single entry over here, and I think a female that offers just a lot of power and shape all the way through. She's bold rib, she's big hip. This one's super laid back in her knee and the angle to her hock and pastern, and when we get her out on the move, I think those angles out there that we just talked about, you can see this one can get out and move around the ring like one's supposed to. Single entry that sure could have stood a lot of competition here.
And first place in Class 11 over in your moderator female show goes to entry number 8, PFF Crew, exhibited by Lauren Pride of Lexington, Maine. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 12 Spring Yearling Heifers. And placings in Class 3 over in your Beef Builder show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 5112, Miss JMS Joy J229, exhibited by Hannah Tyson of Guy, Arkansas. And second place goes to entry number 1796, Miss CDP Moneymaker, exhibited by Colt Pittman of Canada, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 1057, MHF I-131, exhibited by Meredith Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will be now selecting your champion, junior, your calf champion of your Beef Builder show.
Another single entry here on the moderator side. Young man's brought us a female here, one that is tremendously long-bodied and extended. She's one that's got some added foot size and bone to her, plenty of power when you get around behind her. I think we study this one from the side. We study her in motion. She's a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder. Maybe just wants to get a little weaker there in the loin and pop that tail head up on the move. But I think a female that offers some power and some length and some performance, just another good single entry.
And placings in Class 13 are as followed over in your moderator show. First place in Class 13 goes to entry number 10, AZP Rose J01, exhibited by Austin Pito of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Now entering the ring will be Class 14.
Another single entry here, a January female that gives us just a really nice look. I think this one's so elegant and attractive about her head and her neck, the way it sets in her there. She's one that's relatively good in terms of her feet and legs when we get her on the go, and she's starting to develop a really nice little udder there. I think one that you can see they got her bred, they're going to get her into production here on time, and I think just a female that offers a really neat look here with some power, just a good single entry.
As we're finishing up with this first division of heifers in the Braunvieh show, boy, extremely impressed as a judge to stand out with number one, the youth that you've got in your program here, but the quality of cattle that you've got in front of me. Like I said, there's priorities in my mind. The way I like them big-bodied. I like them good-looking, just like anyway. I like them flat-made, particularly as females, and to look like females. Folks, you've got three really nice ones here. Give these people these kids a big round of applause. I'll go out here and get your champion in first division.
And first place in Class 14 over in your moderator female show goes to entry number 11, KPJ Jackie 181J, exhibited by Casson Jones of Chapin, Illinois. Congratulations. And your calf champion over in your beef builder heifer show goes to entry number 3010, RF Braunvieh cow K291, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Congratulations.
Test. As we bring our reserve in, I think it gets a little closer for me in terms of type and kind and what I like in my program and how I see them. For me, the female that most matches the champion female will be the one out of the third division. So this young lady will have your reserve calf champion today.
And your reserve calf champion goes to entry number 5112, Miss JMS Joy, J229, exhibited by Hannah Tyson of Guy, Arkansas.
We've got our class winners back out here in this division. They were all single entries, and I'm going to run back through them again here right quick and describe these cattle to you, because once again, I think we got some differences here, and I want to go back through and talk them for you one more time. Blaze-face female up front here, I think when she came in that class, I knew she was pretty powerful, had some performance to her, and I think that still rings true when we get out here and look at these three females. She's one that's the largest in terms of her frame size. She's one that's no doubt got some shape to her all the way through, and I think that shape's where we get a lot of the performance. She's big rib, she's big hip, one that's just so good in her angle to her knee and her hock. She's carrying a little more condition maybe than what I'd like to see. If I'm going to nitpick on this one, I'd like to freshen her up a little bit. But I think a female that offers a tremendous amount of quality and just goodness. That female out of the second class, one that's super long-bodied, and I think that still rings true out here in this division. She's a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder, like we talked about there in class. Maybe just doesn't hold that loin together quite as strong as what I'd like to see on the go. And then this female out of our third class, one that's so attractive, so refined about her head and neck, and I certainly appreciate that about her. She's one that's coming to us today in a really nice kind of condition. I think this one's just right. She's not too fat. She still gives us a look of quality as well. Really appreciate the udder she's starting to develop under there. If I'm going to nitpick on this one I think when we get her out on the go, she wants to get a little tighter in her spine, wants to get up there in the center of her back. And if we could just relax that, I think that changes this female here tremendously. But still, at the end of the day, she's a really good one in her own right. Three good class winners. I'll show you the way I like them. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
And your champion junior heifer over in your moderator show goes to entry number 8, PFF Crew, exhibited by Lauren Pride of Leamington, Maine. And your reserve champion junior heifer over in your moderator show goes to entry number 11, KPJ Jackie 181J, exhibited by Casson Jones of Chapin, Illinois. Congratulations. We'll now be selecting your grand champion moderator female over in your Aberdeen Angus show.
As we get back out here for the selection of our champion moderator female, what a good group of cattle we've had here in this show. And I think the numbers may have been a little smaller, but yet the quality's still here. And I think it comes in some different sizes and shapes within this show. There's no doubt there's been some differences in type and kind, but you know, folks, I've always been a believer that it takes different types and kinds for people to like. I think, you know, if we all like the same kind and it took exactly the same kind to win every show, it'd be pretty boring. You know, we can get different types of cattle, do different things with them, and we've got that out here today. I think you guys as breeders need to be commended for what you're doing here in this particular division. Good set of cattle, and I think they offer just a lot of functionality in terms of being real world cattle. They're cattle that are good structured. They're cattle that have some rib shape to them. Just cattle that are going to go on and I think make good cows on down the road, and ultimately that's what it's all about. Folks, I won't talk any longer. I'll go show you the way I like them out here today. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause first.
And your grand champion moderator female goes to entry number 8, PFF Crew, exhibited by Lauren Pride of Leamington, Maine. Congratulations.
Folks, first of all, give these young exhibitors a big round of applause. You're going to hear me say that a lot today. You need to be commended. What a great set of females you brought to me in this junior division. And I've took some time, and I'm just going to walk through them because this is division as well as class. And this is a very important division because I think these are 3 real high-quality individuals. Just hear me out when I talk them. That heifer that came in first to me, boy, if you want one square belt, and just all the way through, and a lot of heifer all the way through, there's your girl. Now, what would I do to change her? I'd lean her up a tick. I mean, I think this one's pushing the boundaries for me in terms of where she's at, in terms of condition, and just freshen her up a tick. I'd like to lay her back in her front shoulder just a little bit. But when you hear me talk the rest, just hear me out here for a minute. I love her udder development that she's starting to show. Heifer's got some rib shape. And boy, whoever put this one together in the back, I'm a fitter too, and they did an excellent job on that one. This heifer coming right here behind her, really intriguing to me when you get to studying her. The first thing that hits you is when you get down at the ground and you look at her feet. This thing has got feet as big as an elephant, and that's something that really impresses me because that's where it all starts at. Really long fronted. When the young lady gets her put together, gets her head up, you really appreciate her. Like to clean her up in her jawline just a tick, but boy, that's just a really nice female. Then in terms of condition, I think she's spot on for this show. Really wide pin. You get out and you watch her track, she goes good enough for me. And that goes for all three of these females in terms of how they get around on the ground. But just a super nice, complete female that I think in terms of condition is more right than the female in front of her. Then we get to this black baldy female. And boy, this thing's intriguing also. Really smooth made. I mean, probably the smoothest made of the three when you talk about the way she's laid into her shoulder, the way she's made out through her front 1/3. Some issues I have with her, I'd like to clean her up in her navel a little bit. In terms of her pregnancy, wherever she's at, she's not near as far as long as the two heifers in front of her. Won't dock her too bad on that, but just a super complete type of female. Folks, I'm going to study them just a little bit more, and I apologize for that, but three high quality females that you've got in your show here, and I want to get it right in my mind.
Your reserve champion moderator female goes to entry number 11, KPJ Jackie 181J, exhibited by Casson Jones of Chapin, Illinois. Congratulations to your moderator female exhibitors. We will be moving on to your moderator bull show over in your Aberdeen show.
Yes. For me, it gets a lot tighter for reserve in my mind. Two excellent type of females in terms of just overall body condition and how they're made. I was pretty hard when I started talking this heifer that came in first to me in terms of her condition. But that heifer right there, folks, there's a lot of good in her, and we're going to use her for reserve today.
Good pair of young bull calves here to get the bull show started off. And I think this bull that wins, I guess for me, I'll have to go with the one that's got the power and a little more shape to him, and that's this guy here. He's one that's got some turn over his top, a lot of shape out of his hip. When you compare him to the bull in second, he certainly has the advantage in foot size and bone, and as well, he's one that's still attractive about his neck. This bull, when we get him on the go, he's a little more upright in the angle to his shoulder, and maybe just not quite as flexible in his knee as what we'd like to see, but I think it's his power, it's his dimension that get him to the top of this class. There's a lot of good in this bull that's in second as well. He's tremendously long-bodied. He's extended up through his front 1/3, and he lays in good at his shoulder. I think with that flatness, just shoulder, he maybe just doesn't have quite the power from there on back to go along with it like the bull that wins the class does. But a bull that's got some rib shape to him, looks like he's going to make some good females, I would think, going down the road. Good pair of bulls to get things started here.
And first place in Class 23 Spring Bull Calves goes to entry number 12, AZP Chronos K13, exhibited by Austin Pito of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And second place in that class goes to entry number 13, MBB the Bull God, exhibited by Bishop Farms of Ruby, Arkansas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 25 Junior Bull Calves. And over in your Beef Builder show, first place and automatic yearling division champion goes to entry number 3232 SW Darla 2106, exhibited by Elaine Zingelbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 4343, Miss JMS Tiva, J210, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 3012, exhibited by Alexander Bermont Moreta, exhibited by Katie Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now at the ring is Class 10 Beef Builder Senior Yearling Heifers.
We've got a neat single entry here on the moderator side. This white-faced bull is one that gives you just a really attractive look. I think he's another one that's tremendously long and extended. And when we study this one from his nose to his tail, there's a lot of length there, and in that length, there's a lot of weight. I'm a big fan of that of cattle these days. I think a lot of these folks are getting them too short-bodied, and this bull is long. He still maintains some balance to go along with his length. He's one that's got the big hip in him, really nice functional kind of hind leg on him as well. I think just a really good single entry here on the moderator bull show.
And first place in Class 25 Junior Bull Calves over in your moderator show goes to entry number 14, FCC CSF Home Run, exhibited by Fanning Cattle Company of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Now we are ready for the selection of your Junior Bull Calf champion.
We get in this senior yearling division, and again, 3, so we're just going to talk them and not place them, and then I'll pick your champion in reserve. I'm going to talk this first heifer the way I see her. Big, growthy type of female that I'd like to clean up in her underline, but a female starting to drop a really nice udder for the young lady. Like to clean her up a tick to her front 1/3, but just a lot of muscle in this female. You get to studying and you get behind her and you look down on her lower quarter and down her top. Folks, there's a beef cow for you, and I think that's what you're wanting out of your breed, particularly in this division. I mean, just a really nice, solid female with a lot of beef in her. Female here standing behind her, to me, really clean made in terms of her lines. There's just some issues for me in terms of her shoulder. She gets a little round. She wants to get a little upright in that. Like to extend her out, lay that shoulder back in her just a tick. And of the 3, she's probably needs to catch up in terms of where she's at in terms of pregnancy, in terms of body shape, but just a really square hipped, nice type of female for the young lady that we just like to lay back on her shoulder and flatten that shoulder out. Intriguing one to me is this gray heifer right here standing in the back. One of those heifers that when she came in, she was acting a little tough for the young lady. I kind of missed her. Get to studying this old girl. She's the flattest shouldered. She's probably the most extended through her front 1/3. She comes out over her hip really nice. Probably the cleanest in her underline, and got the most depth of body. In terms of structure, she stands on some good feet and legs. When the young lady gets her put together and gets her on the move, she can get out and go. In terms of her hock, we'd like to clean that up just a tick. But this female is the one that I'm going to choose to win the senior division. Nice gray female that the young lady's got. For reserve, I think it gets a little dicey for me in terms of where we want to go. But like I said, I'm going to use this lady up front here in the first hole to be my reserve senior. And we'll get those back out here and see how they look in this final drive.
We're out here to pick our first division winner in this moderator bull show, and we got some good bulls here, folks. And I think the one that wins this first class, he's one that just gives you a neat look, and there's no doubt this one has got a lot of dimension to him. When we study him through his rib cage, out through his hip, he's just one that's got a lot of shape everywhere. I think he's one that's going to inject a lot of power and still maintain some look in his calves on down the road. For me, if I'm going to change this bull, I'd maybe just like the way to change the way he's designed through his shoulder and down into his knee and just make him more flexible there. But I think a bull that offers just a neat look with a lot of power. This white-faced bull out of the second class, he was a single entry, and that bull's one that's just tremendously long-bodied, and I appreciate that about him. He still maintains just a really balanced look out here. Really like this bull when we get him on the move, and I think he's got the advantage over the bull in front of him in that aspect. He's more flexible off both ends of his skeleton, but I think a bull that offers just a really balanced look. We had a good second place down here as well. I won't talk any more about him, folks. I'll show you the way I like them. Let's give them a round of applause.
And your champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 14, FCC CSF Home Run, exhibited by Fanning Cattle Company of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And your reserve champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 12, AZP Chronos K13, exhibited by Austin Pito of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 32 in your spring yearling bull calves of your moderator bull show. And over in your Braunvieh show, senior champion beef builder heifer and first place in Class 10 goes to entry number 1061, SW Dixie May 029, exhibited by Camilio Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. And your reserve senior champion beef builder heifer and second place in Class 10 goes to entry number 3915, Miss JPR Dixie, exhibited by Mackenzie Stevens of Orange, Texas. And third place in Class 10 goes to entry number 5110, SW Gurid 028, exhibited by Adeline Knapp of Salmon, Indiana. We are now ready to select your grand champion beef builder heifer.
Folks, boy, I've really enjoyed myself today coming in, not only in the past couple of weeks learning about the beef builder Braunvieh breed and studying up before I got here so that I would be educated enough, hopefully, to please you as a judge. But boy, I've been overwhelmed in terms of quality and more importantly in terms of your youth that you have in your breed. I can tell you from a guy that's raised a daughter that's now a doctor, that came through this. If you ever question yourself as a parent, I'm talking to you parents out here, if you ever questioned yourself as a parent, you said, boy, am I doing the right thing for my child for having them in this show cattle business, where it takes long hours, where it takes a lot of money, where it takes a lot of travel, and where it takes a lot of stress on you as parents, and that you put on your child to be competitive. Well, I'm here to tell you as a dad that went through that with a daughter, you're absolutely right for having them in this program. And let me tell you why. This program teaches your child everything that life is going to throw at them. The first thing it's going to teach them, it's not fair. There's always somebody with more money. There's always somebody that can dress better. There's always somebody that's going to have political pull. Let's get that out of the way. So it's not fair. That's life, okay? The other things it's going to teach you is a work ethic. Folks, if you want your child sitting on a couch playing video games, that's your choice. But I wanted my child, when I came through it, I pushed her hard, and I know there was times I pushed her too hard, and everybody had the right to yell at me. I'm not going to tell you how to raise your kid. I'm just going to tell you right now, as a proud dad of a child that came through this, my daughter deals with death every day in an ER. You do that in this program. My daughter deals with life every day and bringing it into this world. You do that in this program. My daughter deals with things that are just flat unfair every day in the healthcare system. You do that in this program. Folks, if you ever wanted to get your child off to the right start in life, you put them in this program. You push them. And you let them be all they can be when they leave it. And I promise you, they'll appreciate it someday. Kids, real quick question to you. You need to say thank you, and you need to be grateful. Because I'm telling you, you're of the 1% of kids that get to play in this arena on the green shavings in Louisville. This ain't a 5% deal. This is a 1% that get to come here. You need to be grateful for parents that are willing to put out the finances and the time for you to make you successful in a great program. So that's just an old boy from Kentucky that's dreamed of drudging on these green shavings and had a daughter show on them several times. Wisdom. Folks, give them a big round of applause and give yourself one for a great bunch of youth.
Another nice single entry here in our bull show, and I think a bull here that when you study him through his front 1/3, the way his neck sets in him and the way he's designed there, I think you have to appreciate a lot about this bull from that aspect. One, when you get behind him, still got a lot of power and width to him. Got some foot size and bone. It's going to be interesting to get this one back here in division, see how he stacks up.
And your grand champion beef builder heifer goes to entry number 3232 SW Darla 2106, exhibited by Ellen Zingelbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. And your reserve grand champion beef builder goes to entry number 4343 Miss JMS Tiva J210, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place over in your moderator bull show goes to entry number 15, FCC Ghost Rider, exhibited by Amelia Ann Bender of Lexington, Ohio. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 36 Junior Yearling Bull Calves.
Well, another single entry here. A bull, once again, I think that gives you a really neat look. A bull that's got some presence to him about his front 1/3. He's one that's soft in terms of his structure and the way he gets around the ring. Got some power to him when you get behind him. Would like to neaten his sheath up a little bit there, but I think a bull that offers some presence, some look, some structural integrity. Another really nice single entry.
And first place in Class 36 Junior Yearling Bull Calves in your moderator show goes to entry number 16, KPJ Prince Rain 182, exhibited by Casson Jones of Chapin, Illinois. We'll now be selecting your champion Junior Yearling Bull Calf over in your moderator Aberdeen Bull Show. And over in your Braunvieh show, we are ready for your full-blood, purebred Braunvieh heifers with Class 15A. Again, we are ready for your full-blood, purebred Braunvieh heifers.
One interesting pair of bulls here in this division, both of them single entries, and I think they're both bulls that offer some quality, just depending on what you want to do. This gray bull out of the first class, I think when we analyze him and we compare him to that other bull here, I think he's one that probably has more shape and width when you get directly behind him and study him, especially through his quarter. He's one, and I think both these bulls are attractive enough up front, but still maintain some masculinity. This gray bull, he's one that's got plenty of bone for me. If I'm going to change him any, maybe just like to soften him up through the center of his body, square him up just ever so slightly from his hooks to his pins, but he's a bull that still offers a lot of power with a good look. This black bull out of the second class, I think we talked in there a moment ago, he's got a lot of presence. I think when we analyze him through his front end, when she gets him parked there, gets his head up, he demands your attention in terms of look. He's not as neat through his sheath. He's probably not quite as wide when you get right behind him as that bull right in front of him, but I think he still offers a tremendous amount of quality. For me, there's some give and take here between these two, and I think it's close. I'll show you the way I like them, though. Good pair of bulls here.
And your champion yearling bull over in your moderator bull show goes to entry number 16, KPJ Prince Rain 182, exhibited by Casson Jones of Chaplin, in Illinois. And your reserve champion junior bull goes to entry number 15, FCC Ghost Rider, exhibited by Amelia and Bender of Lexington, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion moderator bull. Again, we are selecting your grand champion moderator bull.
As we get back out here to pick your champion moderator bull, folks, I hope you were listening to the ring over here on the other side when Brent talked his last champion drive there, because the things he said, folks, are absolutely true. And I think that there's so much to come from what we do here, and we got to remember that we've all still got to work together and enjoy each other's company, enjoy what we do as a community, because there's not a lot of us left. And I think it'd be hard for me to top anything he said over there. Nice speech there, Brent. I really appreciated that. We'll get these bulls back out here. Not a lot of numbers in this show, but I think we've had really good quality. I think you look at these two division winners, these two reserve division winners, and all four of these bulls here have a place. I guarantee you get any four of these made it up right here, folks, and they're going to make some good cattle. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. I'm not going to go back through and talk them again here. We've already spent plenty of time talking about them in class and division. I'll let you pick your favorite, but I'll go show you the way I like them. Let's give them a round of applause.
And your grand champion moderator bull goes to entry number 16, KPJ Prince Rain 182, exhibited by Casson Jones of Chapin, Illinois. Congratulations. And your reserve champion moderator bull goes to entry number 15, FCC Ghost Rider, exhibited by Amelia and Bender of Lexington, Ohio. Congratulations to those moderator exhibitors. We are ready for your moderator cow-calf pair. We are ready for your moderator cow-calf pair.
Really nice way to roll right into our full-blood show. Folks, I love cattle with capacity and bold ridge shape, and this one's certainly one of the few we've seen today that at a very young age is already exhibiting just a tremendous amount of rib shape and depth of body. A heifer you appreciate when you put her in motion. She can get out and move. Would we like to clean her up just a tick through her front 1/3? Yeah, that's being a little nitpicky on her. Flatten her down in her shoulder a little bit. But for a heifer with this kind of body, that kind of flank in her, gets out and moves really nice. I think it's just a logical place for me to start off the class. Would like to square her up just a tick from hooks to pins, and that's where this heifer coming in second. Young lady, you got a nice one. Just need a little more time, a little more maturity. This is going to be a good competition. I'd love to be judging this next year and see these two heifers come in here, and it could be a whole different story. This one's just a little green, but boy, really square hip, really big-footed type of heifer. Just lacks the maturity and the overall depth of body to get around that one in front of her. That's a buzzsaw. but two really nice types of females to lead the class off. Heifer coming third, one that fits in there really nicely, a growthy type of female, really well balanced in terms of where she's at in her chest floor to her flank. Just like to blow her apart just a little bit right through the center of her, give her more rib shape, just to make her a little bold all the way through, but a heifer that can get out and move. And that separates her from the next two heifers. We're dealing with heifers coming in the 4 and 5 hole here. Both heifers are good in terms of body, both in terms of maturity are nice. We just get into restriction movement when we get out and get going. I think the heifer that we put in fourth there just moves out a little better. Her skeleton's a little better across her top. But even with her, she drops from hooks to pins and kind of tucks her hip when she wants to get out and go. Heifer ending up the class. This is going to make a well of a cow for this young lady. And I hate to say that because when I showed cattle and I heard that we're supposed to pick cows, this one is big-bodied, got some muscle to her. Just one of those heifers we'd like to pick her up out of her front end, get her head coming out of the top of her shoulders, just loosen her up in her spine a little bit so she doesn't tuck her hip, and free her up when we put her in motion on the ground. But a really nice way to start off that full blood.
Only one cow-calf pair here in the moderator show, but folks, this is one that sure could have stood a lot of competition. I saw this bull calf earlier here, and I really liked him in the bull show, and I can see why, because his mama's a good cow. That one up there behind this bull calf's one that's very attractive. She's got the added foot size and bone that I like. Still relatively good in terms of her udder and the way it's designed. And I think we look at both these cattle here, the quality in both. I think this is just a really, really good pair here. Could have stood a lot of competition. Congratulations, guys, on bringing out a really nice pair.
And your grand champion cow-calf moderator pair goes to entry number 17, AZP Hesta H03, exhibited by Austin Pito from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Congratulations. We will take a small photo break over in your Aberdeen show, and then we will be moving on to your full-blood female show with Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves. And placings over in Class 15A of your full-blood Braunvieh show. First place goes to entry number 4764 RJE Lily May 243K, exhibited by Rowdy Jack Essington from Amarillo, Texas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 3004 Alexander Bromont Summer, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 4339, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 4529, exhibited by Morgan Hill of Lexington, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes to Natalie Zingenbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Congratulations. We are now working on Class 15B at Junior Heifer Calves. Again, over in your Braunvieh side, we are working on Class 15B junior heifer calves.
Folks, never disappoint. What a class and a deep class. Just a lot of differences, a lot of different sizes and shapes and age gaps. Even though the age gap's only January and February, I will hit on that here in a moment. Heifer I'm going to lead off the class with, to me, it just comes down to structure. I think when we put this whole class in motion, there's one heifer out here that in terms of her foot, the way she sets it down, the way she angles her pastern, the way her front shoulder's angled, the way she comes out over her hip, just her total skeletal design, besides that being really green in her makeup, and in my mind, and the type of cattle that I would raise, more age appropriate in terms of her size, in just terms of how she's built together in terms of completeness. Is she the thickest heifers out here, or the widest pinned heifer, or the heaviest per day of age heifer? No. But to me, she gets the big things right. She's complete, she's attractive, she's feminine, she's good looking, she can get out and move, and that gets you in the first hole today with me, young lady. Nice heifer. Heifer coming in second. I had to look at her 2 or 3 times. Boy, this is a bold rib type of female. A female that when you go studying her down her back, she's got some muscle to her. She's got some width to her. I'd just like to see her drive a little better off those hind two. She gets in that second hole because I do think she's better off her back two than the heifer coming next. I'd like to clean her up through her front 1/3, and boy, this is where this heifer excels. I'm not going to blame you if you want to flip this class. I used to tell my daughter, this is one of those young lady, unfortunately, it's a first or third situation for you, and I got you third today, but you could just as easily with another guy be first, just rocket necked. Comes out the top of her shoulder really well, just an attractive type of female. For me, we put her in motion when she wants to just tuck a little bit today in her hip and gets off just a little bit from hooks to pins. I'd like to just see her drive a little more off those pasterns when she gets out and move. But a really square made, really attractive type of female that's really extended out through that front 1/3. Heifer coming next, boy, really attractive also. One of those females that you love her rib shape. She floats around on her pasterns also. But for some reason, this one just wants to get really tight in her spine and get up in it. When she does that, again, she wants to drop from hooks to pins. I was really hard on her because of that. It's a young age to be doing that. And hopefully, whether it's a chiropractor or whatever, we need to just get her broke a little more to get her to relax. Hopefully she'll do that because, young lady, you got a nice one. If it all comes together, like I said, love to see you next year standing out here winning this whole deal, and I think you can. Heifer coming next. Boy, if you want performance and maturity, this is your heifer. I mean, that is one big-bodied, heavy growth per day of age type of female. For me, she might be a little too far in terms of maturity pattern. I'd certainly like to clean her up through her chest floor and through her throat latch and through her front 1/3, thin her out through her neckline. But boy, you have to give it to this female in terms of her performance, and that gets her where she's at today. Just overall broody type of female. My biggest issue is we put her in motion, just like to free her off her back too. She comes up short, missing her stride, but certainly a nice female that this young man's got. Heifer coming next, this young lady, I've seen her a lot today, and she does a wonderful job. Give her a big round of applause because she's really tried today, and she's had a few give her some fits. This one right here giving you a little fit today also. I think this heifer's a little tense. I think she's better than what she shows me. The young lady gets her put together and calms her down, gets her head up. This is a nice heifer. She's really stout, got some good bone to her, but again, when we put her in motion, wants to get tight in her spine, just not acting the way she should for the young lady, wants to get a little rigid in her movement. Then we come to a heifer. Boy, if you just like them clean lined and straight made, here's your girl. To me, I'd just like to add some more body to her, drop her in her center 1/3, make her bolder rib, maybe clean her up a tick through her throat latch, but she gets a lot of things right. I think she'll come with some of that during maturity and pregnancy. The heifer's right on the ground, and that gets her where she's at today over the next heifer that's coming. Heifer that's coming next, I hate to always put one down like that. Somebody's got to be there today, and unfortunately it was you, sir. I'd like to clean her up to her front 1/3. Biggest issue for me, she gets up on her pasterns today. Just like to lay her down, let her relax a little more. But a female that's big-bodied and going to make a nice project for the young man.
And placings in Class 15B junior heifer calves over in your Braunvieh show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 3230 S.W. Nicole, exhibited by Ellen Zingelbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 1795 JBB Crystal 246K, exhibited by Colt Pittman of Canadian, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 3228, exhibited by Ellen Zingelbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 5109, exhibited by Adeline Knapp of Salem, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 4820, exhibited by Jeremiah Gonzales Jr. of Pastine, Texas. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 3006, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 4675, exhibited by Eric Pettit of Page, Texas. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 4674, exhibited by Eric Pettit of Page, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be ready for Class 16 winter heifer calves. And over in your full-blood Aberdeen female show, we now in the ring is Class 1 spring heifer calves. Over in your Braunvieh show, there will be a 15-minute brief break through your junior show and open show. Please note that there will be a 15-minute break between your junior show and open show over in your Braunvieh ring.
Well, interesting class here as we get things rolling in the full-blood female show. And the female that's going to win for me, I guess, just comes to the top due to her length and extension. She's one that seems a little more comfortable in the way her spine lays into her, just a little more flexible off both ends of her skeleton. And I think she's one that's got an advantage in terms of just balance, especially when we study her through the center portion of her body. I think just one that gives us a nice look, reads with a lot of quality. From there, this red female, there's no doubt this one's got some power to her. She's really square-hipped. She's one that has got the shape over her top, one that's got some added bone. For me, I just like to neaten her up through her front 1/3, through her underline, just in terms of balance. I think it throws her off a little, but that's a good female that's got some quality to her. The one that comes next, I think standing still, this one gives us as neat a look as any in the class. She's one that's really level down her top, square out her hip. She's probably as deep-centered as any in the class. Where I'd like to change this one's when we set her in motion. She's just a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder. She's one that doesn't set down with quite the cushion and just softness to those rear two pasterns, but really three nice females there, just a little different in their type and kind.
And placings in Class 1 over in your full-blood Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 20, MBB Seductress, exhibited by Bishop Farms of Ruby, Arkansas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 18, NE Karma, exhibited by Otterin and Glenn Card of Bergma, Massachusetts. And third place in that class goes to entry number 19, DTR Kimber 07K, exhibited by A&W Cattle, Haviland, Ohio. Now entering the ring will be Class 1A. Please note there is a split class in this show. Again, we are ready for Class 1A.
Tough class. Really two here on the top end, and we'll talk those here in a minute because that they also are right there in someone's mind of why they're where they're at. Heifer, I'm going to lead off. Just the longer we stood out here and I gave it some time, this young man really gets this heifer put together when he wants to. To me, her fault is when we put her in motion, she kind of wants to tuck herself. But this female feels her stride. She's good at the ground. She just I'd like to loosen up her spine a tick. And again, she'll drop from hooks to pins ever so slightly. The guys in the back or whoever fitted her did a wonderful job. But that's very obvious when you put her in motion. To me, I'd like to clean her up through her front 1/3. I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder just a tick. She wants just to get a little upright right there and a little forward in that shoulder. And I think that's what's causing that tucking when we get her. If she stands like that, we're in trouble in terms of being where we're at. But when you get that one put together, she can give you a good look, and that's a nice female. Got good body to her, bold sprung. And that's where this heifer coming in second is really attractive to me. Folks, it's hard to get flanking cattle. We talk about it a lot, but you analyze this heifer and the way she's made in that flank as she goes to his chest floor, maybe gets a little deeper in her chest, but the young lady cranks her head up. That's a nice female, really well balanced. If she's managed right, folks, this is one I'd like to have in my show barn on down the road. Just didn't come together today as the heifer in front of you. Maybe he's a little mature than you are. Like to clean her up through her head and her neck junction. But boy, that's a nice female. I love her body. I love her flank and the way she sets it down on the ground and goes. Heifer coming next, arguably the most attractive heifer in the class. Arguably the squarest hipped heifer in the class with the most muscle down her top. Just one of those females. I think her better days are going to come on down the road when we get her pregnant. She can drop her center body on down to compete against those heifers that are in front of her. But boy, that's a really attractive phenom type of female that's got a lot of future ahead of her as she matures. Heifer winding up the class, probably the most mature female in the class. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me in terms of hers when we put her in motion, just wants to get a little tight when we go and get a little short strided, like to loosen her up in her hock and down her spine and her skeleton, but a really attractive heifer when he gets that front 1/3 put together and gets her to slow down. Just like to free her up when we put her in motion. Really nice class of females.
We've got a good class here in the purebred, or the full-blood side, excuse me, and I think we've got one here to start things off that's really good. A female here that just demands your attention in terms of a balance standpoint. She's so attractive through her front 1/3, the way she ties in there at the point of her shoulder, yet one that still opens up in just a really uniform kind of rib cage. She's got some depth. She's got some spring to that rib, one that's tremendously square at her hip, and you going down to the ground, I think the angles to her knee and her hock and her pasterns are right. I think just a high quality one here to lead things off in this class. Female that comes next is the closest one to her in terms of just having some balance, having some structural integrity. Female here that when we get her in motion, I think she's sound. She's one that has a lot of length to her as well. When you compare to the heifer in front of her, I think she's one we'd like to just square up ever so slightly at her hip, maybe drop her down there in the center portion of her body, but a female that's coming at us greening her condition and one that I think still got a bright future. The one that comes next here, I think, certainly has the advantage over the heifer following her here in the class, just in terms of mass and dimension, but yet she's a female that when we compare to the two in front of her, we'd just like to see a little more to her in terms of foot size and bone and just overall power all the way through. Young man's female that rounds the class off here, one that gives you a really neat look. She's really level and neat in her lines. I'd just like to see a little more to her today. She's just giving up a little more of the power and dimension and performance than what I'd prefer, but good class of females here in the full-blood show.
And first place in Class 1A over in your full-blood Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 22, UF Miss Sassy, 42C34K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 21, DTR Vena 05K, exhibited by A&W Cattle of Haviland, Ohio. And third place in that class goes to entry number 23, AAB Kathleen, exhibited by Amelia Bender of Lexington, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 24, MMB Cat Call, exhibited by Matthias Maxwell Bender of Lexington, Ohio. Now entering the ring is Class 2 of your spring heifer calves. And placings over in Class 16 winter heifer calves over in your Braunvieh show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 4765, JBB Jonah 142J, exhibited by Rowdy Jack Etcherson of Amarillo, Texas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 2935, ECL Miss Jenny J619, exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 4341, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Fourth place in class 16 goes to entry number 1801, exhibited by Coy Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 17 senior heifer calves.
Really high quality pair here in the March class, and I think the female we're going to lead off with, when she gets this one on the standstill and gets her parked for you, I think it's her look of quality she gives you that elevates this one to the top of the class. Female that's more refined through her front 1/3, neater down into her chest floor, more tucked up there than the heifer in second. She's one that's got plenty of rib for me. She's got plenty of levelness and bone. When we get this one on the move, I think she does want to push and roll a little more out of her front end. Would like to change that about her. But, yeah, this female still gives you such a good look, such a nice balanced look on the standstill. She's an easy class winner for me. The heifer that comes next, I think this one's got a lot of quality in her as well. She's got some foot size. She's got some bone. She's got plenty of body for me. Like I said, she's not quite as neat through her front 1/3 as that heifer that wins the class when we get her on the go. I think she's just a little shorter hip. She wants to drop her pins and get outside herself on those rear too, but that's a good pair of females there. A lot of quality in this particular class.
Folks over on the full-blood Braunvieh side, you know, a tough class for me as a judge, and I know that's what I get paid for. Two very similar type of females at the top of this class. When you go analyze them, I'll tell you how I see them and how I broke it. Heifer I'm going to lead with a little deeper in her chest, start right off with where I'd fold her. Like to lay her back in the shoulder a little bit, maybe gets a little bolder about her shoulder. However, with that, this heifer has more muscle down out over her top, down into her lower quarter, and she hits her stride. When we get out and move, I think she drives off her back too better than the heifer that's coming in second. Grant you right off the bat, that's a better chested type of female, a heifer that's nicer out through her front 1/3. I think I'd just like to see this heifer push a little more off that back pasture when she gets out and moves, but two high-quality females at the top of this class. Wouldn't blame me if you swapped them every day of the week. That's just how I see them today. Heifer coming next is the big broody type of female. This young man's brought me a couple today that are super in terms of their maturity pattern, in terms of where they're at. Just like to lean her up a tick for the young man today, and I think that would help you in terms of her movement. She just wants to get a little tighter skeleton, wants to get a little short strided when we get out and move her. But boy, that's a big body, good flank type of female that when he gets her parked and get her head up, really nice, attractive type of female that's really powerful for the young man. Just like to free her up just a little bit.
And placings in class 16 over in your Braunvieh show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 4765, JBB Jonah 142J, exhibited by Rowdy Etcherson of Amarillo, Texas. Placings in class 17 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 5665, Miss Kenny, exhibited by Shelby Sarcina from Wiley, Texas. Second place in Class 17 goes to entry number 4768, JBB Darcy 107J, exhibited by Grayson Sims of Clarendon, Texas. Third place in that class goes to entry number 4819, Miss GBR Raven, exhibited by Jeremiah Gonzalez of Pastine, Texas.
Here in this particular class, two heifers that are a little different in their build, and I think we analyze the two, we compare them. There's things we'd like to change about both of them structurally, so it's kind of a wash from there. I think I'm going to go here, though, and lead off the class with the one that's just a little softer, more maternal in her build, especially through her forerib back into her flank. This one's so beautiful in her rib cage. She's square and level from her hooks to her pins. She's one for me that maybe just gets a little choppier out of her front end and the way she handles herself there. We'd like to give her just some more softness and cushion to those rear two pasterns, but a female that you certainly have to appreciate in terms of her body type, her dimension, and just her maternal look. Female that comes next is one that's probably a notch longer necked. Neck probably sets up there in her shoulder a little higher, and maybe she's got the advantage in terms of foot size and bone, but a female that's just a little harsher through the center of her body, one that we'd like to change structurally as well off both ends of her skeleton, settle her down in her spine some. But neat pair of heifers here. It's going to be interesting to get our division back out here and sort through these class winners.
And placings in Class 2 over in your full-blood Aberdeen show are as followed. First place in Class 2 goes to inch number 25, UF Miss Yes I Am 09E 30K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in Class 2 goes to inch number 26, UF Miss Star 26K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And placings in Class 3 over in your full-blood show are as followed. First place goes to inch number 28, HIC Annie Get Your Gun 2K, exhibited by Hickamore Hill of Coachland, Virginia. And second place in that class goes to inch number 27, UF Miss Star Celebrity 10Z091, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. We will now be selecting your champion junior heifer calf.
Folks, what a pleasure it's been for me today when I get to judge those classes and I get a big division like this and get them all back, get to stand back and analyze them again and remember them as I seen them in class and how I like to build them and how I like cattle to be in my own operation to hopefully fit your industry. I think we got two calves up here on the top end. They're just flat out hard to build. I don't care what breed of cattle you're in. I don't care if you're in the club calf business. I mean, it's hard to get that kind of body in a calf that comes out of that first class that can still be in an attractive manner. It can still get around the ring. With that being said, I mean, we talked to her. We'd certainly like to clean her up in her chest floor, thin her neck out just a little bit, particularly around her throat latch. But an awful hard heifer to build if we're going to build cattle. That heifer came out of that second class. Wow, boy, if you want to see one with big feet and you put her in motion, folks, I'm a sucker for cattle that can move in big feet and combination types of females. And that's one of those females right there that's just hard to build in a little different direction. Is she as deep as the heifer that came out of the first class? Probably not at this point in time. She's a rib longer also. She's cleaner out through her front 1/3 and probably nicer and neater out through her head than the heifer that came out of that first class. But folks, there's two calves right there that are really hard to build in your breed as well as any other breed. Then we get into the older females. I think these were January, February's maybe if we were talking about those. But females that you certainly appreciate for their mass and where they came and where your breed's going as we see up there. I see your breed heading down a great road if this is what you have to offer and as the breed progresses in the United States. With that, I'm going to go out here and tell you how I see them like I just did and pick your champion female and get your reserve real quick.
Well, an awfully good set of class winners and seconds over here in our full blood show, and this gets me pumped, folks, if this is the quality we're going to see through the rest of the show, because there's some good cattle out here that combine a lot of the things I look for, cattle that have some look, cattle that have some structural correctness and flexibility when we get them on the move, and I think we've got 2 or 3 of them out here that certainly fit that bill here in this particular division. For me, I'm not going to go back through and talk each of these class winners, because I think they kind of speak for themselves. We talked them in class. There's one for me out here that wins this division pretty handily. After that, it gets a little closer. But first, let's give them a round of applause. I'll show you how I like them.
And your champion heifer calf over in your Braunvieh show goes to entry number 3230 SW Nicole, exhibited by Ellen Zingelbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve champion heifer out of that division goes to entry number 4764, RJE Lily May 24-3K, exhibited by Rowdy Etcherson of Amarillo, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready for your Class 20 Intermediate Heifers. We are ready for Class 20 Intermediate Heifers over in your Braunvieh show. And over in your Aberdeen Full Blood show, your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 22, UF Miss Sassy, 42C, 34K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And your reserve champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 25, UF Miss Yes I Am, 09E, 30K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 7 senior heifer calves over in your Full Blood Aberdeen show.
Really nice set of falls right here, folks. A heifer to lead off the class. Kind of been looking for one like this, that follow like that calf I seen earlier. I'm a sucker, like I said earlier, when we get a good looking one that's got feet and legs like this one's got and get out and move, and you add that with an attractive package. Just really nice in her chest floor, really nice and youthful out through her head. I think in terms of body condition, some people would say maybe she needs a little more. I think she's fresh. I think she looks awesome. That's a good heifer young lady, and I love to see her when you put her in motion, get her head up and put together. Heifer coming second, honey, you just ran into one above you that's a buzzsaw today. I mean, you've got a really nice female that's really competitive, just one that I'd like to add some more body depth to when we put her in motion, maybe strengthen up her whole stride, and her skeleton motion wants to drop just a little bit, and her hooks depends when we put her in motion, lay her back in her shoulder. But her in her own right, I really like her length of neck. She's better than most that I've seen today, and really nice in her chest floor. So really nice female for you. Look forward to seeing you on down the road.
here in a pair of fall heifers that are going to be an automatic division championship. These two heifers here, folks, are really, really similar in their build, and I think they have the same good pieces, but I also think they share a lot of the same problems and things we maybe like to change a little. I'm going to leave them like they are. I think this heifer that come in first, maybe there's just a little more to her in terms of length and size and just dimension. A female that's got some foot size, got some bone to her. If we're going to pick on this one, I'd just like to relax her down her spine, and she wants to drop her pins when we get her out on the go and maybe get outside herself on those rear two. But a female that's just got a little more to her than this one in second, and that's why she's going to win your class. Female in second, I think we can say much of the same for her. She's one that wants to drop her pin some and maybe swing those rear two. Just doesn't want to get out and reach quite as comfortably out of her front end. But both these females still offer some look up through their front 1/3. I think it's really close here between these two. Congratulations, guys.
And placings in class number 7 senior heifer calves over in your full blood Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 29, UF Miss Frosty 6E19J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in class 7 goes to entry number 30, UF Mustang Sally 20J, exhibited by Erica Patterson of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. They will also be your automatic champion senior heifer calf and reserve champion senior heifer calf. Now entering the ring will be class 10 summer yearling heifers. And over in your Braunvieh show, placings for class 20 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 3226 SW Mia, exhibited by Ellen Zingelbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 4668 SW Maggie 2138, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready. Now in the ring is class 21 junior yearling heifers.
Another good class, and this female I'm going to use to win here, one that when you study just the type and build that she has there on the standstill, there's a lot to appreciate. I think a female that is so deep-bodied and so maternal in her rib cage, she's one that's really long and square-hipped as well. Got some added foot size, got some added bone, and I think just puts those pieces together in a really nice look. When we get her out on the go, we'd maybe like to see her reach with a little more flexibility alpha front too, and especially in the way she's designed in her shoulder. But I think on the standstill, she's a no-brainer here to win this class. heifer that comes next, one that's tremendously long, really neat through the front 1/3 and the way she's designed from her chin down into her chest. She just gives up some of the mass through her rib cage of that heifer in front of her. We just like to soften her up some there to see her compete any higher, but that's a good pair of females that are both very useful.
And first place in Class 10 over in your full-blood Aberdeen show. First place goes entry number 31, a UF Miss Wendy 58G18J, exhibited by Ella Patterson of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in Class 10 goes entry number 32, a UF Miss Sunrise Miss Surprise 17J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Now entering the ring is Class 12 Spring Yearling Heifers.
Young man's brought us a really functional type of April heifer here. I think one that you just picture this one down the road as a brood cow, and I think she's going to make him a nice one. She's got some length to her and some extension, still got some foot size and bone under her. Just a nice single entry for the young man here.
And first place in Class 12 goes to entry number 33, MMB Jessica, exhibited by Matthias Maxwell Bender of Lexington, Ohio. Congratulations. And please note that Class 13 is a scratch over in your Aberdeen show. We are working on Class 14 junior yearling heifers.
Folks, what a powerful set of females. And that might be the wrong word. I should say, what a maternal built set of females that we've got in this ring. Whatever option you want to take in your breeding program, I think it's covered in this ring from head to toe. And we've got a big age gap in this, all the way from January's to April's, if I'm not mistaken. Boy, I'm going to lead off with this heifer right here that kind of hit me really hard. And the reason she did is what you've heard me say a couple times today. So when you put this one in motion, boy, you're talking about one that's big-footed, can get out and flex and just go. You combine that with just overall completeness. Nothing really blows you away about this heifer. It's just that she's so complete, it's kind of hard to hold her. I mean, really nice in her chest floor. You heard me talk about how hard it was to build that calf in an earlier class. Well, I'd say it's pretty hard to build one like this in your breed, whether it's this breed or any other breed. Really youthful about her head and neck, really fresh in her appearance, and fitted to a T to bring to me today. Nice female to start the class off with. This female coming in second, boy, you're talking about a really long-spined, extended, flat-made one. That square hip, shockingly, when you get behind her, got something to her. She gets a little narrow down low, would like to bust her apart and just more right through the center of this female, but her in her own right, really attractive, really long spine, can get out and go, great set of feet and legs. And I think that's where we really start separating cattle. Cattle coming third right here, really nice gray female, a female that the young lady does a wonderful job putting together. Again, good footed, gets out in flexus, just one that I would just like to loosen up in her skeletal spine just a tick, lay her back in her shoulder, just give her more rib shape compared to those females ahead of her, but a nice female in her own right. Then we come with two females right here that are just beefy and powerful, and with that we come with some movement issues. I'm not going to argue with you. If power's your ticket, here's the two females you need to get on up towards the top end of the class. I like both of them. I'm just a movement guy, and when it comes to putting these two in motion, they get a little restricted. But if you want power, if you want body, if you want some good look, both these females right here fill that ticket. Both are, I'm sure, probably on the older end of the spectrum in this class, carrying a little extra condition. But like I said, the thing that gets them where they're at today is just a movement issue, just like to free them up in the skeleton, get them going out and moving just a tick better. Heifer that winds up the class, just a big, growthy type of female, a lot of performance in this old girl. Young ladies brought me a lot of cattle today, and I certainly appreciate it. Just one of those that we'd like to probably just moderate a tick. Likes to free her up when we put her in her movement, just give her some more body shape and rib.
Well, this pair of heifers here in this particular class, I think both bring a lot to the table. Some females with some power to them, some true dimension all the way through. And this one that's going to win the class for me, I think, puts it all together in just a really balanced kind of package. We study this female here, and I mean, she's one for me that just looks like a brood cow. She's so bold-ribbed and good through the center of her body. We transition on back out her hip, and she's one that's got some levelness there. She maintains her composure when we get her out on the go, and just terms the way she handles her feet and legs. Just a really nice female here to lead this class off. Female in seconds, no slouch either. This female's probably got a slight advantage in length. A female that's still got a big foot under. She's got some rib to her. When you compare to that class winner, I guess for me, she's one that just just not quite as correct in the way her shoulders laid into her, and we transition on up into her spine from her shoulder. She just doesn't handle herself quite as comfortably, quite as strong through that loin as what she needs to, but good, big, stout pair of females here in this class.
And placings in Class 14 over in your Aberdeen Full-Blood Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes entry number 35, UF Miss Brenton 05C04J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 36, UF Miss Yes I Am 17S02J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. We are now selecting your champion junior yearling heifer in your Full-Blood Aberdeen Show. And placings in Class 21 over in your Braunvieh show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 5317, BLC Aurora Dancer 711J, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo of Amaris, Texas. And second place goes to entry number 5658, 4KR Fieldstone 82J, exhibited by Lennon Lester of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And third place goes to entry number 17 at 99, exhibited by Camry Pittman of Canada, Texas. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 5659, exhibited by Lennon Lester of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 3245, exhibited by Natalie Zinenbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 3014, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now selecting your yearling champion heifer.
Another good division here on the full-blood side. And, folks, I'll just tell you, I'm really impressed with the quality we are seeing out here today. I think we've got some good cattle here that put a lot of things together I'm looking for when I'm evaluating cattle, and ones that you'd like to take home and put in your program, because for me there's some out here that match the type and kind of what we like to do at home, and I think that that's just certainly good from my standpoint to be out here and sort through good cattle, and we've got that here. For me, I guess there's one out here that puts together a lot of good pieces of what I like. For the reserve, it probably gets a little closer, but yet I still think all these class winners and seconds offer quality, offer a lot of goodness. Congratulations to you breeders. I'll pick you a champion here in this division.
Folks over in the Braunvieh full blood ring, we get in this division right here. And this is what you get paid to judge cow shows for, because to be honest with you, at this point in time, I'm going to talk them and try to convince myself on which one of these two I want to use, because I really like them both. There are some differences, but it's a give and take on both these females, and it's where your priorities are going to lie. And as I started today, not that I like to hear myself talk, as all judges typically do, but folks, if you want a lesson in structure, and you want to see how cattle are supposed to be built at the ground in terms of foot shape that we talk about in all breeds, in terms of how they get out and move off their pasterns and they drive themselves like cattle should, both these females are 10s. That's all you can say about that in terms of structure. So we're even there. When we talk about that first heifer, boy, you talking about one when this young lady gets her head cocked, comes out of the top of her shoulders, really extended, really clean chested, just a nick there in her throat latch, but boy, really youthful headed. Where this female excels over that one in second, or in that second division, or second class, I should say, is you get behind her, and boy, this heifer's got a really square hip in her. She's carrying a lot more muscle than the heifer behind her, and she does it in a very nice way. With that being said, this heifer coming in second, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, when it comes to just overall completeness and how she's made in her flank, to her forerib, into her chest, folks, it don't get a lot better than that. I mean, you love this female when, in just terms of balance, in terms of completeness, in terms of freshness. Just two real high-quality females. I'm going to put this mic down and look at them one last time and make my decision on my priorities. Both really maternal made, both high quality. I hate to put one second, but one will be today and one will be first. Give me a minute, and I'll get that done.
Over in your Aberdeen full-blood female show, your champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 35, UF Miss Brenton 05C04J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 36, Miss Yes I Am 17S02J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now working on Class 18 senior yearling heifers over in your Aberdeen full-blood female show.
For reserve in this division, we bring in a really nice black heifer. We talked to her in class. Boy, she's long spine, gets a little narrow down low, but her in her own right, just a super good heifer. But I'm going to leave the two class winners together. Young lady, you'll be reserve. I think those are two high-quality females that deserve to keep on going.
And your yearling champion heifer over in your Braunvieh show goes to entry number 5317, BLC Aurora Dancer 711J, exhibited by Jose Manzizo from Amersta, Texas. And your reserve yearling champion heifer goes to entry number 5658, 4KR Fieldstone 82J, exhibited by Lemon Lester of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 24 senior yearling heifers over in your Braunvieh show. And Class 24 is a scratch, so we will be moving on to your grand champion full-blood purebred heifer in your Braunvieh show. Again, Class 24 is a scratch, so we will be moving on to your grand champion full-blood purebred Braunvieh heifer. At this time, I would like to thank Mr. Brent Toll for coming out and evaluate your Braunvieh. Could you join me in giving Mr. Brent Toll a round of applause?
Folks, once again, I know this is the last time I'll get to talk to you. Just want to thank you for the opportunity. It's very humbling. It's been always a dream of mine and my family's. We just live about 30 minutes from here, and if you were raised in this state, I've never missed a North American in my life. So I hope you understand what it means when a guy like me gets to come out here and sort through your cattle at a national level at the greatest show on earth on the Green Shavens. It is truly an honor. It's truly a priority. Now, with that being said, let me give you some praise. Didn't know much about the Braunvieh breed at all. I actually called my old college professor and said, hey, what can you tell me about this? He said, just judge them like you did in college and you'll be fine. Judge them like you raised them and you'll be fine. They're going to bring you some good ones. Folks, I doubted you. I didn't know your breed. I apologize. You have blown me away with not only quality of cattle, you've blown me away with the youth that are in your program that's going to take your breed as well as agriculture on into the next generations as we go forward. You've got these cattle built right from the ground up. You know how I like them. I like them maternal built. But the things that sorted, I'm very proud of these 4 females standing here. You know I like them built with big feet. You know I like them to get out and go. You know I like them complete with some body. You know I like deep flanks. And if we can get them that way, we certainly want them to look like females and be attractive through their front 1/3. I know as I sit and look at these 4 females, there's a lot of people sitting in the stands, and that's the last word of wisdom, whatever I have, I want to give you. Folks, never reduce the word winning to that banner over there. Don't do that. Winning was just getting here. Winning was having the opportunity to show on the Green Shavens, not only as a family, but just as breeders in general, to get to be around each other. For me, being raised in this state, it's always an honor to come here. It's always an honor to sort cattle, and it's always a priority to win in life. But winning to me, I've learned the older I get, I do not reduce it to a prize. I do not reduce winning to a banner in an industry that has so many opportunities that are out there. With that being said, this old man's going to go out here and get you what he sees as your champion in reserve. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been humbling, and I appreciate your time to let me sort your cattle.
Here in this full-blood show, we got 3 stout females in here, and there's some differences within the 3, no doubt, but for me, I guess the one that's going to win the class is the one that's built most correctly from the ground up. I like cattle that are good structured, and for me, this one probably has the least amount of issues when we get her out on the go and we study the angles to her skeleton. Not only does she have the advantage in terms of structure, but I think she's one that's still really good and bold in terms of her rib cage. She's got some genuine width to her when we get around behind her. Just a nice kind of female to lead the class off. This female in second, I think from a body type standpoint, is built very similar to our class winner. She's bold rib, she's good in her 4 rib, and we'll get around behind her, she's got some width. Where we'd like to change her, though, is her neck just sets in her a little lower. If we could raise that up some, and that would just give her a more balanced look. And also, I think we could lean this one up just a little. She's pushing a little more condition down into her chest floor. Maybe just doesn't want to get out and handle her front 2 quite as comfortably as what we'd like to see. The heifer that's going to round the class off here, when we get this one parked, she's as stout featured as anything in the whole class. She's one that's got some added bone, some added power, some added dimension. It's when we get her out on the goes where I'd like to change her. She just wants to get tense there in her top line, a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder, and just wants to drop those pins some and not handle the rear 2 quite as correctly as what we need. But that's 3 stout kind of females there to round this class off.
And your grand champion, full-blood purebred Braunvieh heifer goes to entry number 5317, BLC Aurora Dancer 711J, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Armusta, Texas. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, full-blood purebred Braunvieh heifer goes to entry number 3226, SW Mia, exhibited by Elin Zingelbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and congratulations on a successful junior Braunvieh show.
Over here on the Braunvieh side, the kids were unaware that I was judging showmanship while you all were showing. And I'd like to call out our top contender for showmanship, Jalen Smith. Can you come out here, please? And there was a couple other really close behind her. Jose and Ellen, you all did a great job too. You all brought a lot of cattle today. But Jalen, I think they're going to give you some, but I'd like to shake your hand, sweetie. You brought a lot of good cattle and did a great job today. Thank you.
And congratulations to Jalen Smith as your champion showman on this junior show. Congratulations to all exhibitors. Again, we will be taking a 15-minute short break, and then we will begin your Braunvieh Open Show. And placings for Class 18 senior yearling heifers over in your full-blood Aberdeen show. First place goes entry number 37, UF Miss Sparkle 37C 45H, exhibited by Erica Patterson of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in Class 18 goes to entry number 38, UF Miss Tasha 28D 53H, exhibited by Ella Patterson of Findlay, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 39, UF Miss Sassy 42C 35H, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Those will also be your champion senior yearling heifer and your reserve champion senior yearling heifer. Now in the ring is the selection of your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female. Again, we are selecting your full-blood champion female. And folks around ringside, could you please join me in giving Mr. Andy Higgins another round of applause for coming out and evaluating your Aberdeen female show.
Folks, we're going to get right to business here in this Aberdeen show, and I'm going to echo a lot of the things that Brent just said over here in the ring next to me. Known Brent a long time and had a world of respect for him, and it's an honor to be out here judging beside him. And I think I'd be remiss not to go ahead and thank people here at the North American, the Aberdeen group, for giving me the opportunity to come out here and sort through these cattle. We've had a good show, folks. There's been a lot of good cattle through this ring and a lot of good showmen to go along with it. I can remember to go along, echo Brent over here, coming up here to the North American as a young man, and I thought about it while he was talking about that. I guess this is my 25th straight one I've been at. And my parents would bring me up here when I was just a boy. We'd sit up there in the stands. Didn't bring any cattle, but we'd watch the show, and I just remember thinking how awesome it was to be down there in that show ring and what it would be like. And, you know, it's pretty cool. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to judge, much less show or anything, and here we are 25 years later, haven't missed one, and we'll be back next year because there's no show like the North American here in Louisville. To me, it's one of the best there is anywhere you go. The cattle here certainly represent that in this particular show. Lots of good ones. And folks, you know, we can only pick 2 winners out here today. And just because you didn't win your class or wherever you stood in class doesn't mean I don't like your heifer, don't like your bull. It's just how I saw them today. And I hope that I've come out and described the cattle accurately to you. We all like stuff a little differently. And I think that's a judge's job to describe the cattle correctly. A lot of times I feel like we're getting away from that a little bit. But if we can stand out here and describe the cattle and what we see in these things, it's the breeder's job to choose what they want to do and which ones fit into their program. So that's been my standpoint out here today. That's the way I see them. And folks, I hope that you appreciate my opinion. I'll go out now and select you some champions here. I'll tell you what, there's a couple heifers out here that do a lot of things that I like. They're good in terms of their structure. They have a maternal look, just a lot of quality. Once again, let's give all these breeders one big round of applause one more time, and I'll get you some champions.
And let's give Mr. Andy Higgins one more round of applause for coming out and evaluating your cattle. And your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female goes to entry number 35, UF Miss Brenton 05C 04J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve champion full-blood Aberdeen female goes to entry number 22, UF Miss Sassy 42C 34K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to move on to your full-blood Aberdeen Bull Show. Again, we are ready for Class 24 Spring Bull Calves in your full-blood Aberdeen Show.
We've got a neat little bull calf here to get things started in this full-blood show, bull show. One that just gives you a neat look from the side. I think he's one that's tremendous in terms of his depth through his forerib, the way he carries that depth back into his flank. He's one that gives us just a nice look and still coming at us really juvenile in his condition and his maturity. I think just a good bull calf here. Going to be interesting to watch him progress on down the road.
And first place in Class 24 over in your full-blood Aberdeen Bull Show goes to entry number 40, UF Bad Decisions 20K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 25 Junior Bull Calves.
Well, folks, there's no doubt there's some give and take here in this pair of bulls, and The bull I'm going to choose to lead the class off with is the first one in the ring here, and I guess for me it's his added look, it's his added softness that he has from his hock down into those rear two pasterns that gives them the advantage over the bull here in second. There's no doubt this bull's coming at us pretty green today, and with that, he probably gives up a lot of the true dimension and shape that bull there in second has, but I like his look. I appreciate his structure. That's why he's going to win the class. The bull here in second, if you want to start the class with him, I wouldn't argue with you because this one's one that's got a lot of dimension to him. You study the way his rib ties into his top there, just a lot of rib shape in this calf. He's got some width to him behind. Really appreciate the testicular development that he's got here today. Along with that, I guess he's just a little plainer through the front 1/3 of his body, a little deeper down into his chest floor, and maybe would like to just see him a notch squarer at his hip, but nevertheless, bull that's got a lot of dimension. Interesting pair of bulls there that I really like both of them.
And first place in Class 25 Junior Bull Calves goes to entry number 41, UF Gooseman 04K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And second place in Class 25 goes to entry number 42, HIC Kerosene 1K, exhibited by Hickamore Hill of Couchland, Virginia. Congratulations. Now we will be selecting your champion junior bull calf.
We'll get these bulls back out here to pick you some division champions. And I guess for me, I'll keep it short and sweet. That pair of bulls out of that second class there, we're going to keep them two together. I think they both offer a lot of quality. Both of them are really nice bulls. Congratulations.
And your champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 41, UF Gooseman 04K, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And your reserve champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 42, HIC Kerosene 1K, exhibited by Hickamore Hill of Goochland, Ohio, Virginia. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 29 senior bull calves.
A nice single entry here. She's brought us this fall-born bull, one that's just tremendously long and extended. You study him through his front 1/3 all the way down his spine, out his hip, and he's just long everywhere. And to have that kind of length, still maintain some balance in the way he's put together. Another really nice single entry. Going to be fun to get him back out here with some others here in a little bit.
And first place in Class 29 and automatic champion senior bull calf goes to entry number 43, UF Hat Trick 21J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Now entering the ring will be Class 33 Summer Yearling Bulls.
Another single entry, May bull here, one that once again, not to sound like a broken record, but a bull that brings us some length and extension all the way through. He's tremendously long and attractive through his front end. He's a bull that's got some genuine shape to him as well. You know, maybe not the biggest bone one we've seen, but I think all his pieces still fit together. Just a nice single entry.
And first place in class number 33 goes to entry number 44, Mike Limited, exhibited by Michigan Cattle Company of Walkerville, Michigan. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 36 Junior Yearling Bulls over in your full-blood Aberdeen show.
Another single entry in the bull show, but one that can absolutely stand some competition. When she gets to this bull park, he's one that's got some presence to him and attractiveness up through his front 1/3. His neck sets high in him, but yet this one's still got some rib shape to him, some genuine depth. Really got a big old hip in him and sets down into a really nice soft hind leg. I think just a super high quality single entry here in this full blood bull show.
And first place in Class 36 goes to entry number 45, UF Legend 05J, exhibited by exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Now entering the ring will be the champion selection of your junior yearling bull calf.
This pair of bulls we've got out here for division, I think are probably a little different in terms of their type and kind. Of the bull out of the first class there, one that's tremendously long, maybe just a little flatter in his design, maybe not quite the power this bull's got in second, but still an awfully useful kind of bull to win that first class. This bull out of here in the second class for me is one that just gives you an awesome look, and I think he demands your attention when we get him out here in the ring because his neck sets in him so high. He's so good in terms of his rib, big old stout hip in him, just awfully good bull. He'll be your champion in this division. You'll be reserve.
And your champion junior yearling bull goes entry number 45, UF Legend 05J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. And a reserve champion junior yearling bull goes entry number 44, Mike Ultimate, exhibited by Michigan Cattle Company of Walkerville, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to select your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen bull.
As we wind down this Aberdeen show today, we got our bulls out here to pick you a champion full blood, and not as many numbers here in the bull show as what we had in the female show, but I think the quality's just as good. Folks, you look at these division winners and reserve divisions, and I think they've all got something to bring to the table. Before we go here, just want to say one more thing. Everybody, before you leave here, thank someone, because it takes a whole lot of folks to put this show on, the people who help you back in the barns, the people who get you here. We all need to be grateful for one another, because without a great event like this, we wouldn't have a place to come to. And I know there's a lot of people that have helped me along the way to get here, a lot of people to be grateful for, and I know there is for you all too. So I'll leave you with that. Once again, thank you all. I'll show you my pair of champions here. Let's give them a round of applause.
And your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen bull goes entry number 45, UF Legend 05J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion full-blood Aberdeen Bull goes entry number 43, UF Hat Trick 21J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. We do have one class of full-blood cow-calf pairs. We do need that cow-calf pair to make their way into the ring. And congratulations to your grand and reserve champion full-blood bull.
Only one cow-calf pair here, but they brought us a really nice one. I think you study this cow. She's one that just gives you an awesome look in terms of being easy fleshing and bold, and just one that's got a nice udder under, just one that's tremendously functional. And you study this heifer calf, I think that one's got a bright future. You just study the lines in this one, the way she's put together. I think just an awfully competitive pair here that sure could have stood some more competition. Congratulations.
And congratulations on your Class 46 winner and automatic grand champion cow-calf pair to entry number 46, Red MS Oreo, exhibited by EBC North Dakota, Red 610WX, exhibited by Adrian and Glenn Carb of Bellerigo, Massachusetts. Congratulations. I guess they're doing this. I would like to take this time over in your Braunvieh Open Show to introduce your judge today, Mr. Tim Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer is the owner of Schaefer Show Cattle with his wife, Emily, son, Braylon, and Collier, and they run about 250 head of multi-breed cows, focusing on show and sale cattle with the extensive push of genetic sales. Tim has judged multiple state fairs, World Beef Expos, as well as the North American Fort Worth and Keystone shows. Could you please join me in welcoming Mr. Tim Schaefer over in your Braunvieh Open Show?
Well, good morning. It's an honor and a pleasure to be out here on the green shavings and at a show that means a lot to our family and our operation. And after a long week here, it's still exciting to be out here and have this perspective of the ring and get out here and analyze your Braunvieh cattle. It's always been a dream of mine to judge down here, and even through the week, we're excited to kick it off. And I think the young lady brings us a really nice single entry to start our show off, one that's still fundamentally built from the ground up. I think one that's soft and flexible. She gets out and goes. You put her on the stand, she still gives you a striking look. She's attractive out of that front 1/3 of her skeleton. She blends back and transitions with a nice, body shape for her stage and time frame here. I think one that's still got some power and some hip in her. One we can maybe square up just a pinch, blend her a little bit from her chest to her belly, but I think at her stage of her life, she's just kind of growing into herself. One that's still sound, attractive, a really nice way to start off her show here. Congratulations to her on a really high quality single entry.
And first place in Class 1 of your Beef Builder division goes entry number 2938, All Miss Cario K650, exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 2 of your Beef Builder Early Spring Heifer Calves. Over in your Aberdeen show, we are selecting your Supreme Aberdeen champion.
As we get all of these champions back out here to pick you a Supreme Champion, first off, I want to tell you guys, I think this is awesome that you bring your champions back out and pick a Supreme. I don't think we see that as much anymore as we used to, and I like it. I think it really showcases your breeders, the different segments of your breed, and what you have to offer the industry here. And we've got a lot of good ones out here, folks. I think each and every one of these cattle that we have out here have something to offer in terms of moving forward. For me, I guess the way I look at it, I'm going to pick the one that I think offers the most uniqueness, the one that can go on and make the next generation better. And there's one out here for me that kind of hit me pretty hard, and I think we're going to go that way. But all in all, every one of these have a place to make the next generation better, no doubt. Once again, let's give all these guys one last round of applause, and I'll show you my Supreme Champion.
Another high quality single entry over here, and in our second class, I think one that has a nice hip in her, a female that's still flexible as she gets out and goes off those rear two. You really like just the depth in the center rib this one has for her stage of life. I think one, if we could maybe just tuck her up in her chest floor where it sits in her a little bit, give her a shot more range of motion off that front third of her skeleton. But I think one that's still high performing, really blends back into a really nice hip and design, a really functional set of rear two legs underneath her. I think just a high quality female again. It'll be nice to see her back out here within her division. Congratulations to her.
And your Supreme Champion Aberdeen goes to entry number 45, your Grand Champion Full Blood Bull, UF Legend 05J, exhibited by University of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations. And congratulations to all your Aberdeen exhibitors for a successful show here at the 2022 North American Livestock Show. And first place in Class 2 over in your Beef Builder Braunvieh show goes entry number 2941 MQL Miss Carria K643, exhibited by Michael Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 3 late junior heifer calves in your Beef Builder division.
a nice class of February heifers over here, and I think we got some differences in types and kinds and shapes and sizes, I guess, out here. And I think between the two out here, on the top side of this class, we're probably on the most different spectrums there, and just in frame size and overall size and mass and WDA. But I think just in terms of quality, young lady's female rises to the top. I think one that's just a shot more attractive in the way this one's built to the front 1/3 of her skeleton, a little neater about her head, a little neater about her chest and her crest there. I think a female that still blends back extremely good. I think a female that holds the advantage in terms of structure and a little more function down low as she hits the surface. I think she's a little softer at the ground. I think a female that just gets out and reaches with a little bit more flex and authority as she gets out and goes. I really like the way this one transitions back from nose to tail, bounces up extremely nice, gives you a really nice look from the profile. I think a female that just puts a lot in terms of good and quality pieces together to rise the top of this class. Nice job. Female here in second, I think one in terms of just power and size, I think holds the advantage, obviously, but I think also a female that has a lot of good. I like the way this one blends as well from front to rear. I think a female that's big-bodied, big in her center, still got plenty of punch and power, but still blends it extremely smooth from end to end. A female was maybe not as sharp and attractive of her class winner, and I think for me, a female I'd like to see just get out and reach on the ground and just cover a little more surface as she gets out and goes with a little more flex and comfortability off those rear two, but extremely high-powered, well-performing kind of a female that brings a lot of good out here in this class. The next female coming next, I think just a soft, functional, real pliable kind of a female that gets out extremely sound off her rear two. For me out here, I'd like to just sharpen this one up from end to end, square up out of her pins just a notch more than the two above her in this class, but you really like her cow-like feature. You really like her functional pieces, really practical in her kind. And the female that's going to round out the class, another soft-bodied, big maternal kind of a female. That's a lot of good in her. For me out here, compared to the few above her, maybe not as sharp and neat as designs for her front 1/3. Female is just a little plainer about her head and neck and down into her chest. But I think just in terms of her good pieces, I think this female's got a lot to offer for the breed and be a really nice cow prospect for that young lady. Nice class of 4. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And placings in Class 3 over in your Braunvieh Beef Builder Late Junior Heifer Calf Class 3. First place goes to entry number 4672, Miss Buttercup, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit from Page, Texas. Second place in that class goes to entry number 3009, RF Braunvieh Cow K245, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 1060, Miss JMS Mays K279, exhibited by Camille Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 2942, LOF, Miss Caitlin K651, exhibited by Sean and Marie Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 4 Early Junior Heifer Calves. And over in your Ring A, we will be showing your Black Hereford Open Show next in Ring A. Please give us a minute as we finish up pictures, and we will begin your show shortly with Class 2 F1 females. Again, when we finish up pictures, we will be ready for Class 2 F1 females.
another nice class out here. And again, I think one that offers some differences, especially on the top side here. But I think both just streaming, a bunch of quality in them. Just have to read through and pick the kind of cattle that suits you the best. And I think a female that's going to lead off this class, just in terms of foot size and feature and the way she's constructed at the surface. She, is the biggest there, but she still is the softest, most flexible. She gets out and goes. And I think a female on the top side of her skeleton just opens up with a shot more just strength and power and a little extra hip and muscle in this female, but still carries it extremely smooth and extremely nice as she goes. Is she as maternal headed and as feminine up to that front 1/3 as the female in 2? No, and I think that's where the heifer in 2 holds the advantage. But just in terms of foot size and feature and extra, softness and mobility, as this one gets out and goes with an extremely nice package, presented extremely well out here as well. I think just a really logical place for me to start a female I like, just in terms of the way that one gets out and goes and her extra softness that she has. The female here in 2, I think just in terms of cow-like feature and femininity, I think is a female that reads really nice, especially from the profile. One that bounces up extremely nice from nose to tail. I think just a big centered, big ribbed kind of a female, maybe not as overly, opened up in terms of her width of skeleton compared to that female that wins the class, but I think just from the side, her ladylike feature you really appreciate. I think a female that offers a lot of good just from the side view. One that I'd like to see just soften up on those rear 2 just a notch more as my class winner, but I think one that's still sound and comfortable as she gets out and goes, has plenty of good in her. A really nice female there to go to in this class. A long extended kind of a female that's going to go here in 3. I think one from the side balances up extremely nice. She's extremely long bodied, long fronted. I think a female that still gets out and goes with some comfortability. For me, I'd like to just relax this one on her spine, square up in her hip, make her have a shot more attractive hip to hock to ground. But I think one that still bounces up out here. You like her depth of body, you like the length that she has. I like to just level this one out, especially on the go. The female that's going to come next in this class, I think holds the advantage in front end structure. I think she gets out of that shoulder and knee just a notch better than the female that's going to round out the class. She's a little greener in her condition. I'd like to just square this one up a notch more, but you like her attractiveness. You like the way this one kind of gets out and goes. Just need to see a little bit more of her, a little more quality and blend from chest to flank there, but I think one that still offers good in terms of attractive parts and pieces. And the young lady's female that's going to round out the class. Bold ribbed, bold in her feature. For me, I'd like to just alter her off of all 4 corners of her skeleton, give her shot more flex and go off of both ends as she gets out and around the ring, but I think one that still has quality in terms of rib shape and body. Extremely nice class there. Congratulations.
And placings of Class 4 in your Beef Builder Early Junior Heifer Calf class. First place goes to entry number 2518 FLC Snowball 10-3K, exhibited by Ava Cordell of Wichita Falls, Texas. And second place in Class 4 goes to entry number 3011 RF Braunvieh Cow K291, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Third place in Class 4 goes to entry number 1413 SW Willow, exhibited by Bailey Kentner of Salmon, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 4771, exhibited by Grayson Sims of Clarendon, Texas. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 4673, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now selecting your Junior Calf Champion Beef Builder Heifer.
We get back out here in our first division of the Beef Builder females, and a nice group from front to rear. That first single entry calf came in and started off our show just in terms of her flexibility and her quality, her look and her design. You really appreciate that about her. Our next single entry calf, I think one in just terms of body shape, rib design, a really nice hip and hind leg in this female. We talked about that one, maybe just balancing her and pushing her chest floor back into her body cavity, making her shot more attractive to that front 1/3 of her skeleton. But you really appreciate the pieces of her, just her maternal strengths, her body shape, and a really nice hip and hind leg. I think a female with a lot of quality. That third class, we had some size variation in there, but we had a female that just was very attractive, very well balanced from nose to tail, and I think just won that class with a little extra flex and comfortability. A really sharp kind of fronted female that you really like the way that one's designed out of the front third of her skeleton, and still blends back and has plenty of rib shape and mass for us out here. And in that last class, again, we had some differences in there, but landed on a female that was just a shot bigger footed and featured. I think one that had a lot of flexibility, a lot of good as that one got out and goes. And then the top side of that one, skeleton, just reads so maternal, so massive, still puts it together in a nice, attractive fashion. I think one that just blends a lot of good things out here. Young man, you'll be our champion in this division. Let's give him a round of applause.
And your junior calf champion goes to entry number 2518 FLC Snowball 10-3K, exhibited by Ava Cordell from Wichita Falls, Texas. Congratulations.
We bring that second back out here, and I think the one that was just so maternal from the side. I thought one that was extremely feminine out of the front third of her skeleton. That one's head and neck attaches really nice on their shoulders with high tie-in, really maternal, soft-centered female. One that still had enough muscle for me out here. I think really appreciate her quality pieces. She went second in that class, and just in terms of maybe giving her a shot more looseness and length of stride as she got out and went, I think just one that had a lot of good parts and pieces to her. For me, it comes down to the second out of that last class and the one that won that third class. I like the extra softness and flexibility out of the ground. Young lady out of the third class, you'll have a reserve division. Congratulations to her.
And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 4672, Miss Buttercup, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. Congratulations. And we do ask all Aberdeen individuals that are wanting photos, please make their way towards the backdrop. All Aberdeen calves either be in the makeup ring or close to the announcer stand, please.
Young man brings us a nice single entry to kick off this next division. One that still offers plenty of good in terms of rib shape and body type. I think female that's got some hip and power to her. You like the amount of foot and bone this one stands on as well. I think one that has a lot of quality foundational pieces underneath her. I think one maybe we could just give her a shot more reach and go off of all four corners, but I think one in terms of just body design and some extra power and performance, you really appreciate that. We'll look forward to seeing her back out here in this division. Congratulations to him.
And first place in Class 7 goes to entry number 3873, Alexander Lone Star Resi, exhibited by Logan Stevens of Orange, Texas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 8 Beef Builder Senior Heifer Calves over in your Braunvieh show.
Another nice class in this senior calf division, and I think 3 high-quality females out here. And for me, the young lady that's going to lead off, I think just in terms of just body shape and design, blends back from forerib to flank. I think just a notch softer from end to end. I think a female that offers a lot of good just in terms of her rib shape, her rib design. She's bold-bodied, big-centered. I think a female that just has a little advantage there in terms of foot size and flexibility as she goes. I think one for me, I'd still like to square her up from hooks to pins, just make her shot more attractive the way her hip and hind leg is designed. But I still think she's plenty flexible, plenty big-footed out here. Really just like the added cow-like feature. And I think this one's just design and softness from front to rear just bounces up and draws up into a more well-balanced package from the side. a really high tying kind of a female that's just going to go second in this class. For me, I'd like to just drop her in her flank comparably to where her chest sets into her and just give her a little more softness in that rear third of her skeleton. And for me out here in the vantage there that the class winner has, I'd like to just widen her out in her foot placement a little more, give this one a shot more flex and reach off her rear too as she gets out and goes. But I think just in terms of attractiveness and the way this one's built into her front third of her skeleton, she has a lot of quality pieces there as well, excuse me. And the female that's going to round out the class, I think one in terms of just foot size and mobility has a lot of attractive pieces for one to gravitate to. For me, I'd like to just bounce this one up from end to end, drop her and relax her in her spine as she's on the stand and on the go. And I think a female maybe just alter the way this one's constructed out of her shoulder design. But I think in terms of just foot size and reach and range of motion, you really appreciate that about her. Just need to make her a shot more attractive comparably to few out here, but you like her bold pieces and you like her added flexibility. Nice class of 3. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And placings in Class 8 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 1058, MHF I-131, exhibited by Meredith Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. Congratulations. Second place goes to entry number 5113, Miss JMS Joy J229, exhibited by Hannah Tinson of Guy, Arkansas. And third place goes to entry number 1798, Miss CDP Moneymaker, exhibited by Colt Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your senior calf champion.
Another nice division lineup out here, and it started off with a nice single entry that young man brought us, one that had some extra power and performance in her. I think a female that still offered a lot in terms of just overall quality. One out here, you bring back some of the older heifers out of that last class, maybe doesn't have as much just center body and center dimension as a few females that stand behind her, and one maybe not as just flexible on the go as a few that are behind her, but boy, her added shape and hip and muscle in her, I think just makes a lot of good for that young man on down the road in terms of a cow and what she can do. And then in that last class, we had a really nice pair of females there that went 1 and 2 in terms of just body shape and design and attractiveness. There was some differences there, but landed on a female that was just a shot more flexible, had a shot more bone underneath her and foot underneath her as she got out and went. But I think just in terms of quality, those two females really brought a lot to the table. Folks ringside, let's congratulate them. That last class, they'll be grand in reserve in this division. Congratulations to them.
And your senior calf champion goes to entry number 1058, MHF I-131, exhibited by Meredith Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. Congratulations. In your reserve senior calf champion goes to entry number 5113, Miss JMS Joy J229, exhibited by Hannah Tinson of Guy, Arkansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 15 Spring Yearling Heifers over in your Beef Builder Braunvieh show. And we are ready for Class 2 F1 females over in your Black Hereford show. Again, we are ready for that first class of F1 females to start making their way into the ring. At this time, I would like to introduce your Black Hereford judge for this afternoon, Mr. Andy Higgins of Auburntown, Tennessee. Mr. Higgins manages his family herd of 100 Angus and Key Angus cows, along with being involved in his family's real estate and auction business. Andy has judged shows all across the U.S., including the North American. Could folks around ringside join me in giving Mr. Andy Higgins a round of applause for coming out and judging your Black Hereford show? Again, in the ring now is Class 2 Spring Heifer calves. These calves range from May 1st to June 30th of 2022.
A really nice pair to kick off this division, and you know, it's a shame just the two of them out here because they could both stand some extra competition. You know, I hate to have one feel like they're at the bottom of this class just in terms of the quality that both these females bring out here to the table. I think for me, the Tiger Striped one just leads off in terms of the way this one blends so nicely from nose to tail, and with the extra pieces she has in terms of the boldness of her cage, an extra big hip in her. I think a female still's got plenty of muscle and design to her, but blends it in just very smooth and ladylike fashion. I think one, in terms of just extra range of motion off those rear two, a shot bigger footed as she plants it at the surface, and that one that holds the advantage in there, and one that just shapes up, has a really nice udder attachment there. Looks like she's going to have a really nice teat spacing, and into production is going to be extremely nice there as well. I think in terms of just overall quality and balance, that one screams a class winner out here and just comes to us in a really nice presented fashion out here. Young lady does a great job getting her presented. I like that one quite well. The female that's going to go into, boy, in terms of just attractiveness and the way this one ties out of the front third of her skeleton, this young lady gets her parked and she gives you a really high quality look, really fresh in her condition, and I like that about her. I think one that's still bold centered, big ribbed, has plenty of good to her in that regard. I think one that just ran into a little tougher of a class winner out here, but boy, is just as nice as a female we've seen out here as well today. Still sound and attractive as she gets out and goes. One I'd like to maybe just have her a shot more flexible in her hip and her hind leg compared to our class winner, and I think that maybe is the advantage there for that one to go ahead and go 1/2. But boy, just in terms of freshness, design, and overall body shape, young lady, you have a really nice female, and well, congratulate both those exhibitors and two high quality females.
Well, good morning, folks. We get this F1 show started over here on our side of the ring, and it's an honor to be back out here. We got a good pair of heifers here to get this Black Hereford show kicked off. This class winner here, boy, she hits you pretty hard when she comes in the ring. I tell you, this one is so elegant about her head and her neck and the way it blends into her shoulder. She's one that's good in terms of her rib cage. She's one that's got some foot size to her. She's still coming at us pretty green here for a May, and that's all right, but she's got the added size. She's one that just gives you an awfully nice look of quality and a good place to start here to get this show going. Young man's heifer in second. I tell you what, this one's good in her own right as well. When he gets her parked there, you study this one, she's neat through her front 1/3. She's one that's got some shape and turn to her hip. I think when you compare her to the heifer in front of her, though, she just gives up a little bit of the overall mass and dimension, some of the overall power that one does that wins the class today. But good pair of heifers, good way to get things going here.
And first place in Class 2 of your F1 female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 37, CBD Miss Fergie ET, exhibited by Holly Schaefer of Admore, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Second place in that class goes to entry number 21, BFA Tell Me Lies, exhibited by Bennett Farms and Austin Herman of Anaso, Ohio. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 3 Spring Heifer Calves, date of birth April 8th of 2022.
Well, the quality just keeps coming, and another high-quality single entry brought out here in terms of just balance and design. This one's presence from the side is really, really good. I think in terms of just her freshness, and then you get her out and go, and I think a female that's still got plenty of practical parts and pieces and then some extras. I really like just the cow-like look this one has from the side. Love how she bounces and blends from nose to tail. I think a female that's functional, gets out and goes, and just puts a lot of good to the table. A female would be fun to get back out here in this division and see with some competition. Congratulations for a high-quality single entry out here in this class.
Well, a nice single entry here over on the Black Hereford ring. This young man's brought us this F1 April female here, one that reads with a lot of quality. I think she's very attractive and maternal about her head and neck. She's one that's good in terms of her rib shape. When you get behind this one, she reads with a lot of turn to that rib cage. I think one that's just got a nice maternal look to her. If we're going to pick on this one a little, sometimes maybe she wants to get a little tighter there in her spine when we get her out on the go. She's wanting to fight him a little bit on the halter, though, and I understand that. I think if this one would just relax some, she would handle her spine, her hip, and her hind leg a little better. But an awfully high-quality single entry here as we move on into the show.
And first place in Class 3 Spring Heifer Calves. First place in Class 3 goes to entry number 22, BFA Rock You Like a Hurricane, exhibited by Bennett Farms of Annecy, Ohio. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your Spring Heifer Calf champion. And placings over and placings in Class 15 over in your Beef Builder Braunvieh show. First place goes to entry number 4344, Miss JMS Trivia J210, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And second place goes to entry number 3233, SW Darla 2106, exhibited by Elin Zingelban from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Congratulations. And first place in Class 16 goes to entry number 3013, exhibited by Alexander Beaumont Merida, exhibited by Kate Alexander of Brashear, Texas.
We get this pair of class winners out here to sort and pick you a division champion. And we got a good pair of heifers here, folks. This one out of the first class I think the first term that comes to mind when I look at this one's presence. She certainly demands your attention, and I think it's just a lot of the way her neck ties into her shoulder there. She's one that is so elegant up front. We talked about in class about how elegant she is. Still got some body to her, still got some stretch and some length of spine. I think just a lot of quality in this female. The heifer out of the second class, I think she's one that's angular in her design as well, but when you compare her to this one out of the first class, maybe just like to see a little more to her here today to stretch her out. And I guess ultimately for me, it's the look, the style, the structural integrity of that first class winner. She'll be your division champion here to start of this first division. I think it gets a little closer for a reserve here. This pair of females are ones that are similar in kind, but I guess for me here today, we're going to go with the heifer out of the second class for your reserve division. Congratulations.
A high quality division out here, and maybe not in just terms of overall numbers. We didn't have that, no, but boy, I think all the cattle that we had out here in this division just read with a lot of good. I think cattle that have a lot of useful parts and pieces and really can go out and do a lot for these exhibitors. It started off with a really high quality pair there in that first class, and the female that led that class, I think just in terms of her boldness, her rib shape, a little extra hip and mass, and a female that's blessed with a shot more, hair out here, and it just helps with her balance and her blend. But I think you break this one down. She's big-footed, big-featured. I think a female that's still plenty flexible as she gets out and goes. And when the young lady gets her parked from the side, just still gives you a really high-quality look, a lot of balance, a lot of good in that one, and just in terms of her extra mass and brood cow feature, one that still stays well blended and still sharp in her overall design and feature. Maybe not as high tying as some out here, but I think just in terms of extra foot and feature, extra range of motion, and then just extra cow-like feature, boy, you sure appreciate all the good in that one. The female that won that second class, a single entry, one that's maybe not in bold and opened up in her overall design and rib shape as the females on either side of her, but just in terms of her side view balance, her design, her freshness, the way this one transitions from nose and into her shoulder, I think really just ties in extremely nice. Blends back to a bold, big rib shape. I think a female that's still really good hipped and has a really nice functional hind leg. A female maybe doesn't get out and cover as much surface area as the two females on either side of her, but I think still gets out and goes extremely well. And then we had a nice second there to that first class one. A really fresh, high tying individual. A female that you still like her overall boldness and extra feature. This one has maybe just not as coordinated as a few heifers in front of her, but just in terms of extreme high quality, I think she still reads that extremely well. I really like this division. I thought all three of these females are extremely nice. Young lady out of that first class, you'll have our champion. I'm going to go with the balance and the blend. The female out of the second class, she'll be reserved. Congratulations to all three.
And your champion junior beef builder heifer goes to entry number 4344, Miss JMS Tiva J210, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And your reserve junior champion beef builder heifer goes to entry number 3013, Alexander Beaumont Merida, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 19 Beef Builder Senior Yearling Heifers. Again, now entering the ring will be Class 19.
Well, folks, I tell you what, the quality just got turned up even more in this class here. I think we've got some heifers here that offer just a lot of goodness and a lot of quality for sure. And this one that's going to lead the class off just brings us that really unique look of quality. I think we study this one and we start at her nose and her head, and it's so attractive. The way her neck sets high in her. She's one that opens up into a big rib cage. Really got the levelness and flexibility down her spine that when we get her out on the go, you study her on down to the ground. She's one that's sound and fluid in the way she gets around the ring, puts all those pieces together in just a tremendously balanced package. Folks, that's a good female to start the class. This heifer in second, if you didn't see the one in front of her, you would say, wow, I don't know if there'll be one out here any better than her today, because this one's design is right. She's got the head, the neck that I like to see in cattle. She's got some presence to her. She's one that's hind leg is designed correctly when we study her through her hock all the way down to the ground off those rear two. I think when we compare her to the heifer right in front of her, she's just not quite as far along today in terms of condition. She's not quite as ready as that one. And as a result of that, she probably gives up a little center body. But I think a female that we project on down the road, she's got a bright future because her build's so good. Tremendous heifer there in second as well. Young lady in third here has probably got the highest performing heifer of the three when we want to talk about frame size and length and extension. That's a good female as well. She's super attractive. She's one that's got some shape to her rib cage. I just think her pieces don't blend together quite as nicely as the two in front of her here today, but really, really good class. Looking forward to getting these back out here and stacking them up to some of these older heifers.
And placings in Class 4 spring heifer calves over in your Black Hereford show. First place goes to entry number 38 and automatic junior heifer calf champion. Entry 38, PPHBLK Style and Jewels, KO8, exhibited by Sammy Neef of Onakawa, Wisconsin. And second place and your reserve division winner goes to entry number 30, SKLN Sugar 2202K, exhibited by Skyline Farms of Casda, Ohio. And third place in that class goes to entry number 23, Unbelievable Bow, exhibited by Bennett Farms and J.C. Sims of Greenfield, Ohio. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 7 senior heifer calves.
We get out here in our senior division, and I think in terms of just parts and pieces, there's some few you can break down and exchange in between this trio of females. But for me out here, I think just in terms of practicality and functionable pieces, I think this one that's going to lead off the class does still pretty handily for me. The way this one's built out of all four corners of her skeleton is where she holds the biggest advantage in this class, especially off her front two. I think a female that's smoother the way she's built out of her shoulder, the way it's designed into her body cavity. I think a female that just transitions a shot more freer and square from shoulder down to knee down to the surface. And I think a female that just gets off and handles and covers more surface area off those rear two as well. She's attractive and just as neat built in her lower third of her skeleton or her lower third of her body as the two heifers behind her. No, but I think in terms of just being practical, cowy, and having the right fundamental parts and pieces for a guy like me, I think this one suits me awfully well, just the way she gets out and goes. A nice class winner there to start. There's some trade-offs between the females in 2 and 3, and I think one in terms of just being a shot neater in the way she's built out of her head and neck, a female that comes with us with a shot more body and just maternal body strength, I think is a female that comes to me out here and just appreciate the fact there's a little more of her out here. I like to see her just go a notch more freer as she gets out and goes, but I think in terms of just overwhelming parts and pieces, she does have that for us out here. And a nice female here that's going to round out the class, one that's big hipped, square in her hip. You really like to design that, the way that one's built from that part or that standpoint. For me out here, I like to just widen her at the knee, open her up there at the surface. I think one that likes to rotate in as she gets out and goes off the front end and just give it a little more flex and go off the rear two, but a nice attractive one as well. Nice class. Congratulations to them.
And first place in class number 19 goes to entry number 3916, Miss J.P.R. Dixie, exhibited by Mackenzie Stevens of Orange, Texas. And second place in class 19, Beef Builder Senior Yearling Heifers, goes to entry number 1062, S.W. Dixie May 029, exhibited by Camille Conrad of Seymour, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to S.W. Gurid, exhibited by Adeline Knapp of Salmon, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion Beef Builder Heifer. Again, we are selecting your grand champion Beef Builder Heifer. And please note that entries 3916 was automatic division winner, and entry number 1062 was reserve senior champion heifer. Again, we are selecting your champion Beef Builder Heifer here in Broadbent Arena.
Folks, if you're sitting ringside, you need to be paying attention to what's going on over here on this side, because the quality keeps coming. And this class here, I think it's pretty close. And if you want to switch them, I wouldn't argue. I'll describe the cattle to you the way I see them, because there's some give and take in this pair of females, but at the end of the day, they're both super high quality. Female that's going to win your class here, I think there's no doubt she's got the advantage in terms of length and extension. She's one that certainly maintains levelness down her top to be that long, certainly very square at her hip. She's one that, I'll be the first to admit, she's not probably quite as deep right through the center portion of her body as that heifer in second. She's coming at us a little fresher in her condition, though, today, and I think it's a trade-off there. I just prefer the length, the maternal look this one has. It's going to win your class. The heifer in second, she's really, really good too, folks. I think you want to talk about one that's got dimension all the way through from her forerib all the way back into her flank. She's one, when you get behind her, that doesn't disappoint you there either. I think when you compare her to the heifer in front of her, she gives up a little bit of the foot size and bone work. She just wants to labor more off both ends of her skeleton. I guess that's the deciding factor for me. If we could just see this one get out and move a little better, she might get around that one. But both those heifers are super high quality. Congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors.
We get out here in our first divisional championship there, or your Beef Builder Grand Drive, and I think it's been a fun show to start off the morning here on the Green Shavings, and it's been a lot of quality as we've gotten through these divisions and worked on way through here, and I'm really, really pleased with the group of females and the reserves, and even some that went back to the barn, just in terms of the quality and that these cattle brought out here, and then to break them down and analyze them. This really found a nice group of cattle that we could land on, and I think in our division group of females that had some functionable pieces to them, ones that still tied together and had the right body shape and the design and some extra hip and feature to them. Ones that still come out here with a quality look, a balanced look from the side, just with a few extras. And I think all of our lineup, exemplifies that to a high regard. We started out the show in that first division, just an extremely high quality female there that won that calf division. Big-footed, big-featured female, very flexible. She gets out and goes, like the way this one hits off of all four corners. I think a female in terms of just her body shape, her hip design, boy, she brings a lot of good shoulder back. One maybe not as attractive or just as neat through her skull and her crest as some out here, but I think it sits on her appropriately, and I think it balances up extremely nice. One with those quality pieces, even being for the young calf, I think one that's in extreme contention out here amongst this group. A nice pair there we had in that next division. This one in terms of just her extra body shape and design. A female that's still very attractive, very maternal, maybe not as neat in the way she ties together in her pin design and her hip shape, but I think one that still just reads maternal, cowy, with a lot of good pieces, very fresh. Young lady does a nice job with her. That heifer that won that next division, boy, in terms of just boldness and extra rib and body, big hip, big featured, very flexible as she gets out and goes. Love the way this one tied from nose to tail. I think a female that just puts a lot of good out here, and the young lady gets her parked there from the side. That one gives you an awfully nice look from the side. And our senior last division, that champion, I think in terms of just structural design and added fluidity, I think a female that rose to the top in that division, not as attractive as some, but boy, in terms of just the extra good pieces, she has it, and I like the way that one got out and went, which made her that division champion. I think it's been an awesome, awesome lineup. Folks, I know we don't have a ton of people ringside, but let's congratulate all these division winners. Look forward to the rest of the show. We'll get you a grand and reserve in this division. Congratulations to everyone.
Well, another super high quality single entry here in this F1 show brought us a heifer here that just reads good from the ground up in terms of foot size. Still got some attractiveness, super long from her hooks to her pins, and got some power to her. You know, if we're going to nitpick this one, maybe she doesn't balance up quite as neatly and attractive in her underline. We just like to neaten her navel up there and raise her up in her chest floor maybe. But I think a heifer that offers a lot of goodness, awful lot of quality in this single entry here.
And your grand champion beef builder heifer goes to entry number 4344, Miss JMS Tiva J210, exhibited by Jan Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your reserve grand champion beef builder heifer. And your reserve champion beef builder heifer goes to entry number 2518 FLC Snowball 103K, exhibited by Ava Cordell of Wichita Falls, Texas. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. We're now ready to move on to your beef builder cow-calf pair. And catching up over in your Black Hereford F1 female show, placings in Class 7 are as followed. First place and automatic senior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 8. Banner MPR Perda 2195, exhibited by Morgan Riley of College Grove, Tennessee. And second place and your reserve division winner goes to entry number 9, Rocky Raccoon, exhibited by Dustin Kittle of Columbia, Tennessee. And please note that entry number 24 was a scratch. And first place in Class 11, early yearling females, goes to entry number 7, Anna's Legacy, exhibited by Chloe Mack of Conta, Oklahoma. And please note that entry number 7 will automatically be your spring yearling female division winner. Now in the ring is Class 12, spring yearling females.
Well, single entry here in the pair show of the beef builder side, and I think a nice high quality pair though to come out here and commend this group for bringing out a quality pair. We saw the calf out there in the early show. I think in terms of just attractiveness and foot size and balance, really a nice calf to go on the side there, and you can see where she gets it from mom. I think a cow that's just really neat in the way she's designed, really attractive. A female is putting a lot into her calf. I think one that still has a nice udder on her. I think one you could alter a little bit in the way her teat placement is and where the balance of her bag is, but I think in just terms of flexibility and balance and design, extremely attractive, extremely well neat and chiseled out through that front 1/3 of her skeleton, plenty of body, nice hip, nice fundamental built one, I think, in terms of her overall footwork and pieces there. Just a high-quality pair. Let's commend this group for bringing out a single entry with a lot of quality and taking the time to do so. Congratulations to them.
Well, the quality keeps coming over here in this F1 show. Effort's going to lead the class off here. I think just offers so much goodness in terms of her build and her design. A female that's still attractive and just has such a maternal look to her. I think you want to talk about one that's going to be a low maintenance, a low budget kind of brood cow because she's so easy fleshing, bold sprung, big barreled, and one that still, when we get her out on the go, is flexible enough. You know, at times when she wants to get a little lazy and maybe be more hesitant on those two rear pasterns, but when she gets her going there, she sets them down just right. I think that female there is one that offers a tremendous amount of quality, and she's going to fit right in with our other division winners. I tell you, this champion drive is going to be something special. The heifer that's in second here is no slouch either. This one's so stout featured, got a big old stout hip in her. She's one that's probably pushing a little more condition than what I'd like to see here today. And we can see that on the top side of her neck. She's pushing a little more width and fullness down into her chest floor as well. But I think a female that's so functional in her kind, she's one that's going to go on and make a tremendous brood cow for this young lady. But a good class here, lots of quality once again.
And first place in Class 12 and automatic junior yearling female goes to entry number 19, LCFCC Kiss Me 103, exhibited by Caitlin Cole of Lancaster, Kentucky. And second place and reserve division champion goes to entry number 28, MKCC McKay's Scarlet J5, exhibited by Shannon Herfords of West Point, Tennessee. Over in your Black Hereford F1 division, we are ready to select your grand champion F1 female. And over in your Beef Builder Braunvieh Cow-Calf Pair Division, first place in Class 24 and automatic grand champion Cow-Calf Pair goes to entry number 2939, Darkside Miss Molasses 2002, exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Congratulations. We're now working on Class 27 Beef Builder Spring Bulls.
Awesome way to start off our bull show, and I think this first class, boy, it reads really good just in terms of quality from end to end. Both these bulls bring a lot of good to the table. I think the advantage in the black bull and just the way this one blends and balances, transitions from shoulder to forerib, in the way this one's constructed out of the top side of his blades, I think just holds a distinct advantage. Both these bulls are big-footed, loose-featured, both get out and cover some surface area, so I think that's a close pair in terms of that regard. Just on the stand, when you get the black bull set up, just in terms of the way this one draws up, bounces up from the side, extremely neat and attractive out through that third of his body, blends in really, really nice from shoulder to forerib. He's bold in his body shape. He's a little longer, a little square hip than the white bull that's going to go in second, and then just transitions down to extremely nice functional hip and hind leg. Both bulls are good in their testicular development, and like I said, both have plenty of mass, plenty of feature, plenty of structure authority as they get out and covers the ground. I just think the advantage is in the way these ties together. The white bull that's going to go in second, another just extremely high quality bull, really massive in his rib shape, really well in his overall design in terms of the way this one covers the surface and his foot and feature. I like to just smoothen this one up, tuck his tail head down into his body cavity, relax him in his spine, and just blend this bull and give him a shot more balance compared to their class winner. But again, extremely nice pair of bulls there. Congratulations to them.
We've got our division winners back out here on this F1 side, and to say I'm pleased with what we got out here would be an understatement. I think the quality we've seen in this show all the way through has been second to none. You study these cattle, you study the build they have, and I think all the way from this first division winner down to our last, they share a lot of the same qualities. They're cattle that have that added look. They still have just a really feminine, maternal look to them. They're cattle that are good-bodied. They're cattle that just put together a lot of pieces that make cattle good, whether we're talking about it in the pasture at home, whether you're you're more commercial oriented or whether you're more show cattle oriented. It doesn't matter. I think there's something out here that kind of blends in the middle and meets in the middle of all those facets. I'm not going to go back through and talk each of these division winners. We talked them in class and division. I think there's a tremendous amount of quality, and there's one out here for me that really, really does it. I think puts together so many good pieces. Gets a little closer for reserve, but I think I've got my mind made up. I'll go show you how I like them. First, let's give these guys a round of applause.
In first place over in Class 27 of your Beef Builder Spring Bulls goes entry number 1015, BB Rockstar, exhibited by Briscoe Cattle of Mitchell, Indiana. And second place in that class goes entry number 5319, James Platinum Pimp, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Amherst, Texas. Congratulations.
And a single entry here back on the bull side of the Braunvieh ring. I think another one that just in terms of quality and foot size and the way this one's designed and in his skeleton, you really like the design of that calf. I think one that's really attractive and neat the way he's built through his head and neck. One that's still bold in his body, still's got plenty of power. Maybe one we could square him up in his hip design, but I think in terms of just the good parts and pieces and the fundamentals, this one strikes all the boxes on that as well. High quality single entry. Be nice to see him back out here in division. Congratulations to her.
And over in your Black Hereford side, your grand champion F1 female goes to entry number 38, PPH BLK Styling Jewels, K08, exhibited by Sammy Neef of Onakawa, Wisconsin. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion F1 female goes to entry number 19, LCF CC Kiss Me 103, exhibited by Caitlin Cole of Lancaster, Kentucky. Congratulations. And over in Class 28, over in your Braunvieh show, first place in Class 28 goes inch number 5320, James On Time, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Amherst, Texas. Congratulations. We will be selecting your junior bull calf champion.
Well, great first division here in the bull show, and in that first class, I think a nice pair of bulls there, and in terms of just the way them cattle came out, and all three of these bulls, in terms of just foot size, structure, design at the surface, I think it reads really, really good. I think there's some ways you can go in terms of just how these bulls are put together, how they balance up and draw up. I think we have, bulls that are still attractive but still masculine about their feature. I think there's bulls out here that are all in terms of their scrotal development and what they can do out in their working clothes, in a few years to come. I think extremely high quality. In that first class with the black bull that won that first class, in terms of just the way this one balanced together, blends so nicely from shoulder to forerib, back through his midrib, really nice square hip in him, really functional as he gets out and goes. I like the squareness, I like the meat shape in this bull. I think we'll add some pounds in performance, and on the side still draws up and gives you an attractive profile. Neat in the way this one's built through the front 1/3 of his skeleton, really masculine but still neat in his head shape and his design, ties in awfully nice. Maybe not as deep in his flank compared to where his chest is. I think you could alter him there in his lower third balance just a notch more. But I think in terms of a lot of good and just a lot of blend and balance, that bull brings a lot to the table. And our class winner out of the second class, I think one in terms of just having some extra bone and feature and a really attractive look from the side. Again, a bull that still could just tuck him up in his chest fork comparably, maybe pull him apart in his forerib and just square him out on his hip. But I think in terms of just side view profile, some extra presence, ton of balance, ton of structural fortitude. I think just a high quality bull. We had a second in that first class. That was big footed, big featured, a lot of body in that bull. Really neat skull in the way he's attached there. We talked about maybe just pulling him apart a notch more in his forerib as well, but you like all the good pieces in these. I think an awesome set out here. For me, the two bulls out of that first class balance up extremely nice out here in this division. Those pair out of the first class will be your division and reserve grand. Let's give them a round of applause.
And your junior calf champion bull goes to entry number 1015 BB Rockstar, exhibited by Briscoe Cattle of Mitchell, Indiana. And your reserve junior calf champion bull goes to entry number 5319 James Platinum Pimp, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Amherst, Texas. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 31 Beef Builder Winter Bull Calves. And over in your Beef Builder Braunvieh Bull class, both Class 31 and 32 were single entries, so we will be selecting your senior champion Beef Builder Bull.
Two single entries out here, and so we'll pull them together here for this division, and we'll just talk about them a little bit and let you know how we see them out here after that. But the bull out of this will be the first class, the Smoky Bull. I think just in terms of mobility and range of motion, this bull can get out and cover some surface. Extremely soft and flexible as he gets out and goes. And you read him from the top side of his skeleton. He's bold centered, big bodied. I think a bull that's got plenty of power and punch underneath him. I like this bull's bone work and the way it's designed in him. I think one that's still awfully smooth in the way he's put together with that much mass, and then still extremely attractive from the side. I think a bull that's high tying and just really puts a really neat package together from this view and this angle as well. Maybe a bull that runs downhill just ever so slightly, and maybe like to lengthen him out in his cannon and his overall mature size. But I think in terms of just extra foot and power and looseness of skeleton, boy, that bull still has a lot of good in him and can do a lot on the breeding options as well. The black bull, that would be out of your second class, a really long-sided, long-design kind of a bull, and maybe that comes to a disadvantage in terms of his balance in his lower third of his body. I think one that's a little higher in his flank, one that's just a little lower in his chest, but in terms of just a really balanced view from the side, in terms of look of quality, a high tying, high presentation, I think that bull offers a lot of good in that regard as well. From the side, he doesn't look as stout as some, but you work around that bull, I think there's still plenty of meat and shape in him as well. He's good nutted, good balance there, I think, in terms of that. One that gives you a really fresh look from the side. Maybe not as free moving off his front third of his skeleton as the bull that would win the first class, but I think the bull that's still adequate and good enough in his structure. I think there's some differences in regards of size and length and just overall shape of muscle, but I think both these bulls breed with an extreme amount of quality. I'm going to go with the extra punch and power in the young man's bull out of your first class. He'll be your division champion. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to them.
And your senior calf champion goes to entry number 2517 FLC Holy Water 106J, exhibited by Michael and Nancy Farmer of Sims, Texas. And your reserve division winner goes to entry number 4345 Miss JMS Bruno J230, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 40 Junior Yearling Bulls. And over in your Black Hereford side, we are ready for those Hex females. We are ready for Class 21.
A nice single entry here in this division. She'll be your automatic division champion out here. I think a massive bull. It's just got a lot of good in terms of extra power and performance. I think a bull that's still really nice footed, really well in his testicular development at this stage of his game. I think one that just offers a lot of good and overall just body shape and design. Maybe one that you could just balance him up in terms of where his chest sits into him, correlation to his flank. Just give him a little more view and balance him from the side. But I think just in terms of extra power and performance, he does carry that. Still has plenty of good structure underneath him as well. I think one that still offers a lot of good, really high quality representation for this division. Congratulations to her. It'd be nice to see him back out here in your drive.
And first place in Class 40 and automatic junior champion bull goes to entry number 2944 MQL Mr. German, exhibited by Michael Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 43 senior yearling bulls.
So we start off a new division here. The quality just keeps coming, and this heifer that's going to win our class here, I think, just puts a lot of good together. You study this one from the ground up. She's got some added foot size, some extra bone work to her. She's one that's really long and level at her hip and very flexible down her spine. I think this one's build is the kind that just keeps getting better all the time, and she's pretty good here today. Just one that reads with a tremendous amount of balance, tremendous amount of quality. That's a good female to lead this class off. Our heifer that's going to go second here, I think when you analyze this one, she's maybe just a notch cleaner and neater through her front 1/3 as our class winner. She's one for me, though, that just doesn't have the overall balance when you study her underline, especially from her chest floor through her navel and back into her flank. We just like to soften her up and neaten her up there. Just see her coming with a little more dimension through the center portion of her body, but two good heifers to get this HX division rolling.
Another nice single entry in this division as well, automatic division champ, and just a meat and potatoes kind of a bull in terms of extra power and body and design. I think a bull that's still really fresh in his condition for his age. I like that about him in the rig that he comes out here in. Really neat skull, designed one there in the front third of his skeleton. Bounces up, blends in, transitions really nice, shoulder, forerib, on back. And maybe a bull, you could relax him in his spine as he gets out and goes and just softens him up at the surface a notch more, but still has a really nice foot underneath him. A bull that's really good in his bone work and the way his joints are laid into him. You like the added power and performance and his freshness in his kind. Congratulations to him, high quality single entry as well. We'll see him back here shortly in the drive. Nice bull.
And high-quality single entry here in this particular class. A female that reads with a lot of elegance up through her front 1/3. She's one that's bold in terms of her rib cage and the turn she has to her rib cage. Square hip, really flexible and correct in her hock down into her pasterns. Just a high-quality female. Looking forward to getting this one back out here with some competition in a few moments.
And placings over in your HX female show are as followed. First place in Class 21, goes to entry number 53, CF Red Candy KO1, exhibited by Osby Farm of Meanville, Georgia. And second place in Class 21 goes to entry number 12, JCR Stella Validated 2210 ET, exhibited by Jenkins Cattle Ranch of Dale, Indiana. And those will automatically be your junior heifer calf champions. And placings in Class 23, first place and automatic senior heifer calf goes to entry number 29, Chase Miss Stockman 2296 J28, exhibited by Shannon Herfords of West Point, Tennessee. Now entering the ring will be Class 25 senior heifer calves. And over in your Beef Builder Bull Show, first place in Class 40 goes to entry number 2944 MQL Miss Jeremiah J605, exhibited by Michael Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. And first place in Class 43, an automatic senior bull champion goes to entry number 3961 AAAC Mighty Mouse 243H, exhibited by Hutton Bedford of Holtom City, Texas. We're now ready to select your grand champion Beef Builder Bull. Again, we are ready to select your champion Beef Builder Bull over in your Braunvieh show.
Another good class, and some differences here in this too, and I'll be the first to admit, this heifer, I'm going to lead the class off with her. When she first come in, she was pretty tense, and I maybe didn't get the best look at her, but I'm a firm believer you got to study these things the whole time they're in the ring and not let one bad look skew your opinion of what the cattle actually are. This female does have a little more set to her hind leg than maybe what's ideal, but I think it's her body, it's her boldness through the center portion of her body back into her flank, and when you get behind her, I think there's just a shot more muscle there in this female. Maybe not quite the attractiveness of some of the others we've seen in the previous classes, but in terms of just being a good brood cow, one that's easy fleshing and going to be low maintenance on down the road, I think she fits the bill. This heifer in second, she's one that maybe is a notch trimmer today in terms of her condition, and I think that works for her and it works against her as well. She's one that maybe is a nickel more attractive up about her front end, but she gets at the same time, she gives up some of the softness through the center of her body back into her flank. She's another one maybe you'd like to change her hock ever so slightly in the way it's designed, see her just be a notch more flexible, but that's two very functional females here in this particular class.
We'll get out here in your Beef Builder champion lineup for your bull division, and you know, not the numbers out here in terms of the just a pile of them. But boy, I think all the bulls that came through this ring offer a lot of good for this breed and just exemplifies what they can do through this program and building up and the useful parts and pieces that all these bulls bring to the table, and people ringside and the folks out back can, make those adjustments on which ones, would suit them the most ideal out here. For us, we'll go out there and just pick, maybe my kind or what suits me the best. But I think everybody, knows ringside what works best for your program and what directions you guys want to head. Because I think the quality was there. We read in those first few divisions, all those cattle were just good in terms of their build and their balance and design. I think bulls that were so good in their feature and their foot design, bulls that get out and go work and cover some surface area and handle it really, really well. And then we ran into a pair of bulls out of those last two divisions that just in terms of overall product and what they're built to do and bring to the table offer a lot of good in terms of, their added muscle and shape and design. Maybe bulls that we thought we could tweak a little bit in terms of structure and design just a notch more compared to those few younger divisions. But I think just in terms of the good pieces, the extra mass and the extra feature, those bulls had it. For me out here, it probably breaks down between the two of these younger bulls out here and a few of their reserves just in terms of the quality they bring to the table. And you just kind of break through them bulls a little bit and what suits us the best and just in terms of types and kind. That bull that won the first division in terms of just how he blended together, balanced up so nice from his head to his shoulder to his forerib. I think a bull that was big bodied, he's big hipped, really like the squareness and the levelness of this bull. I think one that reads really true out through his spine, out through his tail, head, and hip, has a really functional, attractive hind leg, still with plenty of mass and shape to him. Is he as well balanced from his chest to his flank as a few on down through the lineup? No, but in terms of just being a little rawer in his condition at this stage of maturity, but still has a lot of usefulness and good to him, I like that bull quite well. I think one that's serious contention out here. The bull out of the second division, in terms of just extra power and performance and looseness of skeleton. I think a bull maybe that's so loose in the way this one's designed and down in his foot, he's also a little too soft at some points. He kind of wants to just be a little extra soft in the way he handles his ankle at times, but I think he has plenty of range of motion, plenty of flexibility, and when this one's parked, boy, he draws up. He's extra wide, extra square, got plenty of rib and shape to him, ties in really neat to his shoulder, ties in high. I think maybe a bull that's a little more massive on the top side of his skeleton and wonder his overall size will project out, but I think one in just terms of high quality pieces, that bull has a bunch of good in him as well. We talked two other divisions there that maybe just need to be a little freer in the way they get out and go, but you really like the meat and shape in them. But folks, I think ringside, let's commend all these bull showers out here in your Beef Builder show. We'll go get you a grand and reserve. Congratulations again, high quality group.
We get our division winners back out here for this HX show, and once again, I'm very, very pleased with the quality that we've got here today, folks. Not as many numbers as we had in our previous division, but the quality's right there with it. Well, we've got some heifers out here that just put together a lot of things that I really look for in cattle when I sort them, not only in the show ring, but when I sort them at home in our own program. And I like cattle that are built good from the ground up, cattle that are good structured cattle last longer where I live. And I think that's first and foremost. We got to have that right. If you got cattle that are built correctly from the ground up, all your pieces are going to fit together. And we've had that in these two divisions so far. And along with that, we've got some cattle that have some added look, some added foot size and bone, and those are extras. And when you get them, you better take them. They're getting harder to come by. But once again, I won't go through and talk each of these females here. We've already talked them a few minutes ago. I'll show you the way I like them. Let's give these exhibitors a big round.
And your grand champion Beef Builder bull over in your Braunvieh show goes to entry number 1015. BB Rockstar, exhibited by Briscoe Cattle from Mitchell, Indiana. And your reserve champion Beef Builder bull goes to entry number 2517 FLC Holy Water 106J, exhibited by Michael and Nancy Farmer of Sims, Texas. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 41 late spring heifer calves in your full-blood, purebred Braunvieh show. And your grand champion HX female goes to entry number 53, CF Red Candy K01, exhibited by Allsplea Farms of Meansville, Georgia. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Hex female goes to entry number 29, Kashma Mount Stockman, exhibited by Shannon Herfords of West Point, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Excellent way to kick off the full blood show over here on the Braunvieh side. I think the young lady, she brings in the June calf, the youngest one out here. But boy, this one's parts and pieces are built extremely, extremely good. You know, maybe not most in terms of just condition, but, you know, the youngest one out here. But I like this one's parts and pieces as nice as any. Big, big hipped, really square hipped, extremely attractive hip and hind leg, and her big-footed, a female that's as sound as any out here. I think just gets out and covers the surface, really balances up extremely nice from this side. Still going to have nice body shape. You can see this one project out. And where I really like this female, when this young lady gets her parked, she ties extremely high out of the top side of her skeleton. She's not the cleanest throated, but it sits appropriately. I think as that one matures, is going to make an extremely nice show heifer and cow for this young lady. Nice job. Really nice way to start off this full-blood show. The heifer that's going to go in second, I think in terms of softness and depth of body and just the overall design, follows my class winner as close out here. I think one that blends really nice. Young man gets her parked from the side, gets her top down. She'll level out in that hip, and that's where I'd change her just ever so slightly, but she's still plenty flexible, plenty soft in her body. I like her design as well. I think one that offers a lot of good as well. And the female that's going to round out the class, the older heifer out here, long-sided, fronted kind of a female, one that's maybe not as neat and attractive in the way her hip and hind legs assembled to her, but she still gets out and goes. She's still fundamentally correct at the surface. I appreciate that about her. Maybe I'd like to see where she ends up in terms of balance from her flank to her chest, but in terms of just added length, added range of motion, still an high-quality female. Nice trio of females there. Congratulations to them on starting off the full-blood show.
And placings in Class 49 of your full-blood, purebred Braunvieh heifer show. First place goes entry number 3005, Alexander Beaumont Summer, exhibited by Katie Alexander of Brashear, Texas. And second place goes entry number 4766, RJE Lily May, 243K, exhibited by Rowdy Etchison of Amarillo, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 4340, Miss JMS Beth K312, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 50 Early Spring Heifer Calves over in your full-blood purebred Braunvieh show. And over in your Black Hereford show, we are ready to start your percentage female show with Class 35 Spring Heifer Calves. Again, we are ready to start your percentage female show with Class 35. Those around ringside over on your Braunvieh show, I would like to take this time to reintroduce your judge for today, Mr. Tim Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer is the owner of Schaefer Show Cattle with his wife, Emily, son, Braylon, and Kohler, and they run about 250 head of multi-breed cows, focusing on show and sale cattle with an exclusive push for genetic sales. Tim has judged multiple state fairs, World Beef Expo, as well as North American and Fort Worth and Keystone shows. Could you please join me in welcoming Mr. Tim Schaefer for coming out and evaluating your open Braunvieh show?
An awfully nice female to start off a new division here on the Black Hereford side. Young lady's brought us a female here that's just really correct in the way she's designed from the ground up. A female that's super flexible off her feet and legs. She's one that's got some length and extension to her, and she's still got the dimension and the rib shape to go along with it. Puts it all together in a fairly balanced package. Looking forward to getting this one back here in this new show we got rolling here. We've had a lot of quality thus far, and I think it's going to continue by the looks of this heifer calf.
And first place in Class 35 of your percentage females goes to entry number 25, BFA Witchy Woman, exhibited by Bennett Farms and J.C. Sims of Anderson, Ohio. That would automatically be your spring heifer calf champion. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 37 junior heifer calves.
A nice trio out here again. All three of these exhibitors doing a nice job getting them put together out here. I think a female that's going to rise to the top for me in this class is this young lady's Tiger Striped one out here in the lead. In terms of just over pounds of performance, is she the biggest? No, but I think just in terms of the way this one's assembled and hinged together, she's the most appropriately, and she's the most balanced in that regard. I think another one that holds the advantage in terms of attractiveness, the way this one's just built up to the front third of her skeleton, just a little extra range of motion all through her shoulder and down into her knee. She offers the most flexibility as she gets out and goes off the rear too as well. Still plenty of balance, still plenty of body in this one. I think there's plenty of shape and hip in her as well. I think when the young lady gets her parked, she still gives you a high quality, attractive look. It's just the extra soundness and functional pieces that bring her to the top of this class. I think a female here in two, a little bolder built one that's going to go here next in terms of extra body and size. I think this one has that, and the advantage of the class. Just a female for me, and I think in where she holds the advantage over the heifer in three, she just is a little softer off those rear two as she gets out and goes. I would like to pick her up in her pins and just square her up and reassemble the way her hips design in her, but I think in terms of extra body and extra design, I think that one has the advantage there. young lady's doing a nice job with this female. It's going to round out the class. One that has plenty of body and the dimension to her. A female maybe just a shot plainer compared to a few that were above her in this class. And where maybe I'd alter this one is just change her the way she gets out of her shoulder and down into her knee. The way this one likes to open up and roll out of the front third of her skeleton. I think in terms of still having body and balance and a nice view from the side, young lady gets her park. She gives you that. Congratulations. Nice 3 of females right there.
And first place over in Class 50 early spring heifer calves in your full-blood purebred Braunvieh show. First place goes to entry number 2940 MQL Miss Kit Kat K6242, exhibited by Michael Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. And second place goes to entry number 3248 SW Isabel, exhibited by Natalie Zenenbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to entry number 4530 TTHF Fresh out of Toronto, exhibited by Morgan Hill of Lexington, Indiana. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 51 late junior heifer calves.
Pair of females here in this percentage class, I think have some similarities to them. We study these heifers, and I think in terms of width and dimension from behind, they're pretty similar. I think there's some give and take on structure between the two. So we set those aside, and I think it's this heifer up front here's presence and look and added boldness through her rib cage that makes me prefer her over the heifer in second. She's one that just really demands your attention, the way she's designed up through her front end there and her head and neck. She's one, you know, if you want to pick on her, maybe she's not quite as flexible in her hock. Maybe she doesn't get out and move with as much flexibility out of her front too, but I still think she has the advantage through her front end and her shoulder structure over the heifer in second. Heifer in second's one that's tremendously extended. I think when we compare her to the one in front of her, she just doesn't have the overall mass and dimension, especially through the center portion of her body. Another one maybe would like to set back in the angle to her shoulder ever so slightly, but good pair of females, some give and take in that pair.
And placings for Class 37 of your percentage female show over in your Black Hereford side, and automatic junior heifer calf division champion goes entry number 46, Triple T's 4K Camille by Y702 ET, exhibited by Triple T Farms of Iruka, Mississippi. And second place and reserve division champion goes entry number 13 at JCR's 22 Rev 2212, exhibited by Jenkins Cattle Ranch of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 38 junior heifer calves over in your percentage female show.
Nice class here in your full blood show. I think a practical one for me to just lead off. This is the biggest footed one. It's the squarest at the surface, and you work up to the top side of this one. Skeleton still balances up really nice when she gets her parked out here. I think one that's still good hipped and just ties a lot of good things together. And where she just kind of runs in the class, for me, is her foot size, her foot shape. The way she's constructed over her skeleton, I think, is just is really, really good. Is she as big-bodied as some out here? No, but I think she's still immature in her body stage. I think this one's still young and progressive. I like the shape. I like the turn to her rib. I think this one's still attractive and gives you a nice look from the side as well. Not the squarest one out here, but this female's still square enough for me out here as well. I think one that's just super sound, super soft at the surface. I think just a really nice place for me to start in this class. The young man is the female that's going to go in second. I think closely follows my class winner in just terms of the way she's constructed at the ground. I think a female that has plenty of body to her. I think when the young man gets her parked and all put together, still balances up extremely nice from the side. I just like her fundamental pieces at the ground that keeps her up here in this second hole. Extremely soft, extremely functional as she gets out and goes. The heifer that's going to come here in third, I think another one that's good at the surface, one that gives you a really high quality look, extremely attractive, extremely fresh through that front third of her skeleton up through her head. I think one that's just really neat and tidy the way she's designed. I just need to soften this one up in her spine as she gets out and goes. And I think a little bit of that's fighting the halter out here and just kind of learning the road in the show road out here. But I think one that has some really neat pieces. Young lady, bring her back and just keep driving with that one. I think she'll soften up and free up a little bit for us out here because I like her parts and her pieces that she has. Young man, big, powerful one that's going to round out the class in terms of just extra mass and extra muscle there. I think one that's got plenty of performance in her. You really appreciate that about her. She's a little plainer out for me out here comparably to a few. And for me, when she gets out and goes, I'd like to just see her soften up there off her rear to a little bit. She likes to drive into the ground a little harder for some, but this one's plenty functional in the way her skeletal design is. She just needs to just free up a little bit out here for me today and be a little sharper as she gets out and goes. Congratulations to those 4 exhibitors on a nice class of females.
And placings for class 51 over in your late junior heifer calves in your Braunvieh show. First place goes to entry number 3231, S.W. Nicole, exhibited by Elin Zingerbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place in that class goes to JBB Crystal 24K, exhibited by Colt Pittman of Canadian, Texas. And third place in that class goes to SRF Janet 219, exhibited by Adeline Knapp of Salmon, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 4677 at JBB Dolly 15K, exhibited by Eric Pettit of Page, Texas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be class 52 early junior heifer calves.
Well, an interesting class here in the percentage show, and I'm not sure there's one in this class that really puts together all the pieces in a perfect package, and it took a little more time to sort through it here. Female that's going to win for me, I guess, puts together the best combination of structural correctness while still maintaining a look of balance and quality. Female that's probably a little more moderate in her frame size. I'm being honest, she's probably a little rounder in her muscle type and pattern than what I prefer, but I think at the end of the day, she's the one that has the muscle. She's the one that's the most correct in terms of the angles to her knee and her hock on down to the ground. Female, maybe we'd like to just lean her up a little bit and neaten her up through her front third, drop her down in the center of her body, but it's her muscle and her structural correctness that get her to the top of the class. This heifer in second's one that's interesting for me. No doubt she's the biggest framed one in here. She's the longest bodied. She's the most extended, and I like all those things about her. She's so neat and elegant up through her front end. I really appreciate her there. She's coming at us pretty green in condition today, though, and I think it probably works to her disadvantage a little bit. This one looks like she's going to be be a little later maturing. And with that said, she just gives up some of the softness through the center of her body, some of the overall power when we get behind her. At times, she maybe doesn't set those rear two ankles down with quite as much cushion as what she needs to, but that's a female I think time's going to play in her favor because there's a lot of quality built into this one. From here on down, I think it gets a little closer, and this young man's heifer that comes next is one that looks as good as any of them on the standstill. She's square built, she's bold featured, she's got some added bone to her, still maintains some attractiveness. I think it's when we get her on the move where we'd like to change her. She gets just a little straighter up front there in her shoulder and the way she's designed there. And with that, she maybe just doesn't get out and travel with as much reach and as long a stride as what she needs to, but a lot of quality in that one when she's on the park. Female that comes next is probably as long-strided as any we have in the class as far as getting out and taking a long step. She's still a little tighter in the angle to her knee, though. She's one that we'd just like to neaten up from her chest back into her flank and give her some more balance there. But 4 heifers, awfully different from one another. That's how I saw them. If you want to do something a little different, probably wouldn't argue with you.
And first place in Class 38 junior heifer calves over in your percentage Black Hereford female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 40, CA Mile High, exhibited by Landon Elson of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Second place in that class goes to entry number 32, LC Miss Black Hereford 2200, exhibited by LC Ranch of Crockett, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 1, CT's Triple Your Arrows, exhibited by CT Cattle of Phil Campbell, Alabama. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 16, PF Classy Ruby Resolve 804, exhibited by Peters Farm of Hamiltonville, North Carolina. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 39 senior heifer calves.
Another nice class out here, but boy, I think we got a really nice female to lead off of this one. This young lady's calf here, in terms of just balance, look, design, it just really ties it together. When she gets her parked right there, boy, this one gives you a really high quality look. That one's so neat in the way she's built through her head, top of her crest, down at the bottom of her chest. I think one balances up really, really nice. And then for me, again, where she holds the advantage, this one off of, in her skeletal design and all the way down to the ground is just so good and true the way she's built. I like her foot design and just the way it gets out and goes, and her shape to her rib is really, really nice and transitions back. She's big hipped, she's square in that regard. I think one that just gives you extremely high quality balanced silhouette from the side, and then boy, her running gears and the way she puts them down, it just is really good as that one gets out and goes. I think that's a high quality calf that young lady brought out here for us. Congratulations to her. Nice job. Young man that's going to go here in second. In terms of extra broodiness and just extra cow-like feature, she has it. And she's big-bodied, she's big-centered. I think a female that's very maternal in the way she's designed in that regard. I think in terms of just look, she's not as sharp as the female there that just wins the class. And I'd like to just tuck her and redesign her shoulder design, make her just a shot more flexible out of her front third of her skeleton. But I think just in terms of overall body and maternal look from the side, and you get around this female, there's plenty of mass and quality to her as well. Still goes and good enough off the rear too for me out here. I think just a heck of a brood cow for this young man in the future, and when he gets her set up, she still gives you a nice balanced look from the side. The 2 heifers that are going to round out the class, I think in just terms of just structural and design, the female that's going to come here in 3 is just a shot softer in the way she's constructed out through her spine. I think she's just a shot more flexible as she gets out and goes. Maybe not the attractiveness or the balance a few heifers above her have, but I think in terms of just being extra mobile from the rear too, and just being a little freer and easier in the way this one transitions from her shoulder back, she holds the advantage over the heifer there in 4. The heifer there in 4, I think in terms of just foot and feature, you like the pieces this one has. I think she comes with a lot of good in that regard. I'd like to just soften her up in her overall type and kind out here for me today. Relax a little bit as she gets out and goes. Just give her a shade more balance, but you love the added foot and feature this one brings to the table. I think has a lot of useful parts for them down the road as she gets out and goes. Nice class, extremely nice female there to win that last class. Congratulations to all them.
And placings in Class 52 over in your Braunvieh side are as followed. First place goes to entry number 3229 SW Chesla, exhibited by Elon Zingenberg from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Elin Zingenberg from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 4822, Miss GBR Haiti, exhibited by Jeremiah Gazdas from Plastone, Texas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 4676, JBB Jane 3K, exhibited by Eric Pettit of Page, Texas. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 3007, Alexander Sambo Honeybun, exhibited by Katie Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your junior calf champion.
We've got 3 class winners back out here to pick you a division champion, and we just brought these 2 single entries in here on with the last class. So we'll go back through and talk those 2 here along with the winner out of the first class. A young man's heifer here out of the first class came to the top of that class because she had the advantage in terms of her structure, and I think she still does here among this trio of females. She's one that's got a really nice hind leg, really soft down at the ground. She's one that's got just chock full of muscle, and maybe doesn't have quite the swoop to that rib cage that 2 of these heifers behind her do, but I think she's one that's still bold in her rib cage, still a lot of goodness in that female. This heifer out of the second class here, one that just gives you an awesome look in terms of being just super feminine and refined about her head and neck. The way she blends from her chest all the way up to her chin there just gives you a really awesome look. She's one that's really good in her forerib back into her flank as well, super square hipped. Where I'd like to change this one, she's a little smaller footed than what I'd prefer. Maybe just doesn't set down with quite the authority and softness off those rear 2 ankles of what she needs to, but when she gets her part, I think that one gives you a really elite look. Super nice female out of the second class. Female out of the third class here, one that has so much extension. She's one that's super long-hipped. Maybe she comes at us a little flatter when you get around behind her and just doesn't have quite the genuine shape that the 2 in front of her do. Maybe not quite the wow factor in terms of being as clean neck, but I think she's one that's neck still sets in her shoulder correctly. She's one that once again, I think we might like to see her set down just a little softer off her rear 2 as well when we get her out on the go. But excuse me, that was very loud. But 3 females here that ultimately all have quality and things to bring to the table. I'll give them another look here and show you how I like them in this division.
We get all these class winners and seconds back out here in your first division of the full-blood Braunvieh show, and well, I think a really good group out here. The quality in these calves is so good. And I really, really like these class winners out here, and just in terms of their build and their design. Cattle that just read with a lot of future in terms of their structural qualities and all the good that they have to offer. And I think there's, in terms of just look and the design and some added shape, there's some tweaks. And I mean, they're in different stages of their maturity, but I think all these females out here in front of me, and then even the seconds, have a bright, bright future ahead of them. But boy, I'm extremely pleased with this group. That first class that started all off, you talk about a awesome built one in terms of being big hipped, wide pinned, huge footed, awesome in her feature, really nice in her bone work. Love the shape and the turn to her body. And like we talked in class, is she just the wildest necked one? No, but boy, does it sit appropriately. That calf's loose skin, it'll grow into her as that one matures. I think that thing's going to make an awesome big bred and a whale of a cow for that young lady. Love the parts and pieces of that calf. After that, won that second class, really attractive. She won that class on just her freshness, her soundness, and her overall design. Wasn't the most in any areas, but she was the best built one out there for me in that group. The calf out of the third class, another just sound, big-footed, big-featured kind of a female, good in her body kind, good in her lines, good in her look. Maybe not as square and level pinned as some out here, but I think just in terms of the fundamental qualities, boy, she sure has it. And then that calf out of the last class, talk about just putting a lot of things together. Neat scald, neat looking, very, very attractive, very high tying, bounces up so nice from the side, bold in her body, awesome in her hip. Really like that one structure. Maybe not as wide as a few out here, but I think in terms of having enough, she sure does. Awesome, awesome group. Folks ringside, let's congratulate them. I'll go get you a calf and reserve calf in this first division.
And your junior calf champion goes into number 3229 SW Chisla, exhibited by Elin Zingelberg from Campbellsburg, Indiana.
young man pulls that second in, and just in terms of body and cow-like feature, boy, we sure appreciate that one for her type and kind. Just a lot of good in that one. I think that young man's going to have a lot of fun with her. There's another one out here that just hits me with a lot of future, but boy, her fundamental parts and pieces are so good. Young lady out of Class 1, you'll have your reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve champion division goes to entry number 3005, Alexander Beaumont Summer, exhibited by Katie Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 55 winter heifer calves over in your purebred Braunvieh show. And over in your percentage Black Hereford female show, your senior heifer calf champion goes entry number 40, CA Mile High, exhibited by Landon Elson of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And your reserve senior heifer calf goes to entry number 33, LC Miss Erica 2162, exhibited by LC Ranch of Crockett, Texas. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 41 senior heifer calves.
Well, a good class here as we progress into this percentage show, and a female that's going to win this class here is one that's just massive. I think when you study this, and just from a dimensional standpoint, there's so much to this girl in terms of her rib cage, and not only is she big-bodied, but she's got some power to go behind it. This one's big-hipped. You want to talk about foot size and foot shape, I think you need to look at this one because she's probably as big-footed, as good-footed as any we've seen in here all day today. Puts it together in a nice balanced package. She's not the freakiest necked one we've got in this class, but I think in terms of balance of power, dimension, and just overall maternal look, she's got to win the class. This heifer in second's one that just gives you a really, really neat look when we get her parked. She's one that's super attractive and level in her lines. She's a female that maybe gives up some of the overall depth and dimension to her rib cage and just some of that soft, easy fleshing look that class winner has. Heifer that's a little more hesitant when we get her out on the move, but still I think she has the advantage over the heifer in third in terms of look and style and just overall quality. The heifer that comes next, she's another one that's attractive. I think she gives you a neat look up front. She's one that's level at her hip, maybe a little rounder in the way her tail head sets in her, maybe just not quite as deep and just easy fleshing looking right there through the center of her body, but a female that's still relatively good in terms of structure. Just need to give her a little more dimension and look to get her up in the class.
And first place in Class 41 over in your percentage Black Hereford division goes to entry number 26, Womack Lassie 1169, exhibited by Bennett Farms of Eureka, Mississippi. And second place goes to entry number 20, RCF Ransom Haley J45903G, exhibited by Caitlin Cole of Lancaster, Kentucky. Third place in that class goes entry number 47, YF Dice 22, exhibited by Anna Kate McGee from Anniston, Ohio. Congratulations. Now in the ring is class 42.
A nice, interesting class out here, and I think all these are just built a little differently in their types and kinds. And if you wanted to just reverse a few of these things in the way that they align, I wouldn't argue with you. I think just in terms of degrees of how they're assembled, for me, the darker-hided one's going to lead off. A little bigger-footed, featured kind of an animal, one that still comes with some balance and some substance, an animal that still has plenty of softness for me. I like to just soften her up in her spine as she gets out and goes, but I think when the young man gets her parked, she still presents extremely nice from the side. She's long, she's still level out of her hip, but boy, she does have a big set of running gears underneath her, still handles it attractive enough for me as she gets out and goes, and still a little neater as you view her from the side and just the way she's assembled up through her head and neck. The female that's going to go in two, a little softer, a little more softness in just her rib shape and rib design. With that, she just gets a little plainer and wastier out through that front third of her body cavity, and just need to make her a little sharper the way she's assembled in that regard. But I think a soft-structured, big-footed one that gets out with plenty of comfort and ease. Going to really a really nice cowy look, kind of a female there for that young lady. And then the two heifers that are going to round out the class. In terms of just balance and design, I think we could square these two up just a notch more comparably. I think the young man that's going to go in three just comes with a shot more rib shape and overall softness to her skeleton. I think a female that still has plenty of flexibility to her, I'd like to just square her up in her pin set, drop her in her flank, comparably to where her chest sits in her, and just give her a little bit more balance of quality from the side out here today. And the young lady that's going to round out the class, I think just in terms of the way this one sets in from her flank to her chest, just need to soften her up from end to end, and some will come with that with maturity, just to square her up and give her a shot more stoutness to feature down low compared to a few above her. But a nice class of four, all with some differences, but a nice group of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We've got two class winners out here in their percentage show to pick you a division champion. This class winner out of that first class there, just a complete powerhouse in terms of dimension and substance and foot size and bone, and I think that still rings true here when we get her back out here with her contemporaries in this division. Heifer out of the second class. She was a single entry, so this is the first time we've seen her, but this heifer offers a tremendous amount of quality as well. You read the angles this one has to her knee and her hock and on down to the ground, and I think she suits me there. She's one that still comes with a really nice look. She's attractive. She's really level down her top line. Maybe doesn't read with quite the fullness and stoutness out the top side of her hip and down into her lower quarters, that heifer right in front of her. But I think a female that offers a tremendous amount of quality. I'll pick you a division and reserve champion here. Let's give them a round of applause right quick.
And your intermediate yearling female champion goes to entry number 26, Womack Lassie 1169, exhibited by Bennett Farms of Eucra, Mississippi. Congratulations. And coming in contention is entry number 20. And your division reserve champion goes to entry number 20, RCF Ransom Haley J45903G, exhibited by Caitlin Cole of Lancaster, Kentucky. And placings over in class 55 of your Braunvieh show are as followed. First place goes in entry number 1802, JBB Jenny 101J, exhibited by Coy Pittman of Canadian, Texas. And second place goes entry number 2937, ECL Miss Jenny J619, exhibited by Annabelle Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. And third place goes to entry number 4767, JBB Jonah 142J, exhibited by Rowdy Etcherson of Amarillo, Texas. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 2943, LOF Miss Janie J610, exhibited by Sean and Marie Lehman of Leroy, Kansas. Congratulations. Now in the ring is class 56.
A nice group out here, and I think the heifer that's going to lead off for me, just in terms of being functional and soft and just gets out and covers the ground. I think a heifer that rises to the top for me. And in other areas, I think she holds some advantages in. The design of this one's shoulder, the smoothness of this one's blade, I think just ties in really, really nice. Ties in seamlessly into her forerib, bounces her back. She's also probably the squarest hipped one out here that has the most attractive and fundamental right, hip and hind leg underneath her. Is she the biggest bodied, softest centered one we've seen all day? No, but I still think she just bounces up as the most appropriate from the side. Love her fundamental pieces that she has to offer, and then blends a lot of those pieces into a really attractive design and just puts it all together extremely well. Like the way she's assembled through her head, her neck, her crest. She gives an attractive look as well. I think we have a pair of heifers here in 2 and 3 that are very similar. Maybe females that are just a little more off in their hip and their hind leg, the way it's designed, but I still think they're functional. I still think they're big-footed kind of females. There's plenty of body and design in them. This one that goes out here in second just has a little bit more to her compared with the female in third. She's a little bolder about her rib. She's a little stouter about her feature, but I think the same goes the same kind of types and kinds here with this female that's going to roll out here in third. Like the design and the overall body shape she has, a little neater about her skull and the way this one's designed through her front 1/3 of her body. For me out here, where she holds the advantage over the heifer in 4, just a little softer, a little more flexible out of those rear 2 as this one gets out and goes. Still a high quality female in that regard. The female here in 4, I think in terms of just having some shape and some hip to her, I think she has a lot of good in that regard. She's got a nice set of feet and legs underneath her in terms of foot and bone and the way it's assembled to her. For me, I like to just see her soften up in those rear 2. Likes to drive the front end of those toes in the ground just a notch more as she gets out and goes. But just in terms of balance and body and quality, she still has a lot of that. The female that's going to round out the class is massive and bold in her rib shape. Love that about her. I think this one's swoop to her rib is really, really good. She has plenty of that, plenty of maternal looks from the top side. Young man gets her parked, does a really nice job. Still a lot of balance and good in this female. For me, it's where I got to change her is at the surface. I think this female off of both four corners just struggles a little bit as she gets out and goes. Maybe doesn't have as much reach and flexibility as a few in the class, but boy, you still appreciate her top side pieces. I think free that one up just a notch more. Still going to turn into an awfully high quality female for him. Nice group of there. Congratulations again.
Well, an awfully nice pair of black Herefords here in our percentage show, and heifer that's going to lead the class off here. I think she's one that is certainly attractive. You study her about her head and her neck, the way she ties in there at the top side and the point of her shoulder. She's one that reads with a lot of quality up front. You study this one over the top side of her skeleton and how much power and shape she has out her hip, the way her rib cage comes out of her top. She's just tremendously bold rib. She's one when we get her out on the go. She's laid back in her knees. She's good in her hock. And with that being said, she's one that can get out and travel around the ring with some flexibility. Maybe not the biggest footed, biggest bone one we've seen, but I think one that reads with just a lot of quality, a lot of look, a lot of presence, just overall a really nice female here to start this class off. Young man's heifer in second, I think is probably as flexible and long-strided and easy moving as anything we've seen thus far in this show. She's so flexible in her structure. She's got some foot size and bone to her. One that is long and extended. With that, she probably gives up just some of the true dimension of the heifer in front of her. She's a little higher in her twist, one that just doesn't have the fullness and shape up high and down low into her quarter. She's one for me. I'd like to refine her udder a little bit at this stage of the game as well, but I think a female that in terms of structural quality certainly brings a lot to the table here within this particular class in this show.
We get into this division of junior or senior heifer calves. I think a nice fall division of females, and we get these two class winners back out here, respective seconds. A nice group of females. I think we worked through this dark pattern female comes back out of that class winner, and right here is why she won that class. You can get this one set up from the side and get her all leveled out. I think a lot of good in this female. Starting from the surface up, she's big-footed, she's big-featured. She's still really smooth in her bone work, though. And then you just tie this one together. She's big-hipped, she's opened up. Female that's actually had a little more opened up in her chest fork compared to a few other heifers out here. Still balances up awfully nice from the side. Still ties in really good out of that shoulder and gives you an attractive look from the side. Maybe just doesn't blend her underline as good as some out here, but I think when that comes and maturity comes to this one, her outline pieces are truly really good. I think just a lot of outline good pieces there to go on and just build into a really, really good foundation kind of a female. The one that won that second class, just a smooth, ladylike female here to win that one. I think one in terms of just structure and design holds an advantage in that class. Maybe we talked about maybe not being as big-bodied and as soft as some out here, but I think she still transitions and ties in extremely nice. A high quality pair. I like the group of seconds over here, but for me it comes down to your two class winners. Young man out of that first class, you'll have division champion in this group. Young lady out of class 2, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to you guys.
And your division champion goes to entry number 1802, JBB Jenny 101J, exhibited by Coy Pittman of Canadian, Texas. And your reserve division goes to entry number 4342, Miss J.M. Demi J253, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 59 late summer yearling heifers. And placings for Class 45 over in your percentage Black Hereford ring are as follows. First place and automatic junior yearling champion goes to entry number 48, Triple T's 27J Broadway by SD16, exhibited by Triple T Farms of Eureka, Mississippi. And second place out of that class and reserve division winner goes to entry number 3, 2H's Sonic Rose and 101, exhibited by Austin Herm of Philpott, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 45.
An interesting class here on the Black Hereford side. I think the female that's going to win the class here does so from just a dimension standpoint. A female that is really, really pretty headed, and I think when she first walks in the ring, she certainly demanded my attention in that aspect, one that gives you a nice, neat look there about her head and the neck, more particularly the top side of her neck. Female that has a lot of dimension to her, and you study this one from behind. She's got a lot of genuine width and shape to her. She's pushing plenty of condition for me, I think, as you study her down into her chest floor. We'd like to change her inner structure as well. I think with that added condition, she's just not getting out and moving with quite as much flexibility out of her front end, not as much cushion and set to her knee as what she needs to. But at the end of the day, this one's still got to win the class just because she's got more power. She's square built. Female in second, on the other hand, is one that is flexible on the move. She's one that's got a lot of flexibility to her hock and her pastern, and I appreciate that about her a great deal. I contemplated this pair of heifers here because this one is so much better structured. This heifer for me, though, is just a little piecier when you study her over the top side of her skeleton. She doesn't blend as smoothly at her neck-shoulder junction there on the top side. She wants to get a little lower pinned and just doesn't have quite the overall mass and dimension when you study her through the rear third of her body as the heifer that wins the class. But all in all, this heifer here is still a really functional kind of female that's going to go on and make a tremendous brood cow, I think, for this young lady here.
Nice pair of single entry class winners here to do this division with these two, but quality's good and the cattle are good, and the young people sticking them are just as good as well. I think do a really nice job getting these two put together. The one that would have won the first class in terms of just freshness, design, just soft-haired, soft design, soft featured. I think just extreme amount of quality in this one. She ties in really nice. I love the way this one's assembled to her shoulder, the way it ties into her head and her neck. I think one that's got plenty of body. I like her hip. Really like this one's hip, hind leg, and the way it gets out and goes. Maybe open this one up at her knee ever so slightly, but I think that one just ties a lot of good things in there together. After that would have won the second class in terms of just being bold featured and neat design. It does in that fashion really well. I think one that maybe doesn't have as much balance to that heifer in front of her comparably to where her flank sits in and her chest force sits in right now. And maybe one you just tweak her in the way her skull and neck is designed comparably to that one above her. But I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing because I still think it reads really good, and that female has a lot of good pieces. But boy, extremely nice pair. Young lady out of the first class, you'll be our division champion. Young lady out of class 2, you'll be reserve. Congratulations to you too.
And first place in Class 59 in automatic intermediate champion heifer goes to entry number 3227 SW Ma, exhibited by Elon Zingenberg from Campbellsburg, Indiana. And second place in reserve division goes to entry number 4669 SW Maggie 2138, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. Now entering the ring will be Class 63 spring yearling heifers. And go ahead, Andy.
Well, another nice class here on the Black Hereford side. This percentage female that's going to win this class is one that's just chock full of power. I think we study this female in terms of her rib cage and her hip, and there's a lot to appreciate here in one like this. She's still relatively flexible when we get her out on the move. Still gives us a nice maternal look about her head and neck, and blend those pieces together. I think she's got to win the class just because of her combination of the quality she has. Heifer in second, here's one that's really angular in her look, and I think we analyzed this one at her hip. We just like to square her up some there, raise those pins up. A female that maybe just doesn't have the body to match her chest to give us that nice balanced look the female in front of her does. Good pair of heifers, though.
And placings in Class 45 spring yearling female calves over under percentage side are as follow. First place in Class 45 in automatic senior yearling female goes entry number 39, SCC 1950 Miss Sensation 2106, exhibited by Sammy Neef of Occoquan, Wisconsin. In second place and reserve division champion goes entry number 14, JCR's Crash Revolution Sonic 105, exhibited by Jenkins Cattle Ranch of Dale, Indiana. And placings in Class 47, first place goes to entry number 2, Three C's Country Sunshine J112, exhibited by Colt Thomas of Phil Campbell, Alabama. And second place in that class goes to entry number 5, Three C's Impress Jasmine J01, exhibited by Culvert Cattle Farm of Anderson, Alabama. Now entering the ring is the selection of your yearling division champion heifer.
We got these two class winners out here to pick you a division winner, and that heifer out of that first class come to the top of it just because of her power and squareness and levelness, and we get her back out here, and I tell you what, that's a good female right there, folks. That's one that just gives you such a maternal look in the way she's designed, the way she's built. That's a good cow. That's the kind you wouldn't mind having a field full of them. This young lady here out of our second class, she was a single entry. And folks, I hope you're watching because this right here is what it's all about. She's having the time of her life out here showing this heifer. And sometimes we often forget what it's about, but this right here is it. She's been smiling the whole time she's been out here. And folks, we all need to take a lesson in that, including myself. She's brought us a really nice heifer here, one that is very angular. She's very feminine in her design. You know, when you compare her to that heifer in front of her there, she does probably give up just some of the overall mass and dimension through her rib cage and when you get right behind her, but that's still a really functional female there, one that I like a great deal. I'll show you the way I like this division. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Nice trio over here on our Braunvieh side, and I think it's just a little flexibility and just the comfortableness of this female that's going to lead off the class that does so and holds her advantage to the first spot out here. And when the young lady gets her parked, I think still draws up in an attractive, balanced fashion. But boy, I just love the feet and legs on this one. I think she gets out and goes, just drives it with an extra gear or two out here for me, and that's where she holds the advantage. She's just a little more free and easy as that one gets out and hits the surface. I think one that still has plenty of body and design. She is not as overwhelmingly built on the stand as our heifer here in 2. Boy, I love this one here in 2 on the stand. The turn to her lower rib, the shape to her rib, the design of her hip, and even the design of her hip and hind leg on the stand looks like it'd be extremely functional. Young lady, you do a great job getting this thing presented out here. I like to just see this one cover the surface area with a little bit more flex and ease and just get out and go and grab with another gear because I think this one has a lot of cool pieces on the top side of her skeleton. Nice job. And out here, then the young man that's going to be third in this class, I think an attractive sided one. For me, again, maybe just tweak the way this one's constructed down low. Open her up at her knee, turn her in on those front 2 a little bit, and just give her a little more flex and ease as she gets out and goes. But extremely good hipped female. You like the balance and the design of this one. I'd like to see her just get out and cover a little more surface as she goes, but high quality parts and pieces. Nice trio of females all the way through.
And over in your percentage Black Hereford female show, your yearling division champion goes to entry number 2, 3 C's Country Sunshine J12, exhibited by Colt Thomas of Phil Campbell, Alabama. And your reserve yearling division champion goes to entry number 49, Triple T's 48H Joy by Thyme ET, exhibited by Anna Kate McGee of Eureka, Mississippi. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion percentage Black Hereford female. Again, we are selecting the grand champion percentage Black Hereford female. And placings over in Class 63 in your Braunvieh show. First place goes to entry number 1800, JBB Sunday Blessings 181J ET, exhibited by Cambry Pittman of Canadian, Texas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 3246, Miss RDF Linda 1176J, exhibited by Natalie Zingenbein of Campbellsburg, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 3015, Miss RDF Veronica Daney 1168J, exhibited by Katie June Alexander of Brashear, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 64 Junior Yearling Heifers. Folks around ringside watching the Black Hereford show, could you please join me in giving Mr. Andy Higgins a round of applause for coming out and evaluating your female show?
I'll get out here and talk this class before Randy has the privilege to do the Hereford side over there, and it's a privilege to be ringside at one of the neatest shows for me, you know, by one of my good friends, and Andy Higgins. So it's a pleasure to share the ring with him and talk about these cattle. It's been fun so far today. A nice pair of females out here, right here, this class. I think just in terms of quality and structure that we've been looking for, both these females bring that to the table. You like their design and their balance and their build, and I think just in terms of structure out here, which is a priority of mine, both these heifers have that. For me, it comes down to just freshness. I think the female that's going to lead off this class, just in terms of the way she's assembled and her condition on her out here today, I love the way this one is, you know, out here in this ring. Just really trim and fresh in her design. Plenty of body still extremely good hipped. Love the way this one ties in. Just the net freshness ties in from shoulder up through her head and her neck. I think just blends, and her silhouette just a shot more attractive for me from the side view. You get around her, there's still plenty of boldness and width to this female. Just kind of gets out and goes with an extra gear. Really appreciate that kind. The young lady that's going to go second, I mean, in terms of just being a high-volumed, extremely maternal kind of a female, boy, she's had it. She's bold-ribbed, big-hipped, got plenty to her. I think a female that still gets out with all that mass and hits the surface with some comfortability. I think one that still maintains it really well. I'd like to just trim her up just a notch more comparable to that class winner, but an awfully nice set of females there to round out this class. Congratulations to them.
Well, thank you, Tim. It's pretty cool being out here with you, too. Over here on the Black Hereford side, in this percentage show, we've had, the numbers have been really good here, folks, and we've had a lot of quality all the way through this show. And we get these division champions back out here, and I'll be honest, I didn't know quite how they were going to match up as we progress through the show, but we get them back out here, and folks, this is a good set of cattle. Really good, and I tell you, there's some different types and kinds out here, and I said it earlier this morning, and I'll say it again, there's nothing wrong with having different types and kinds. We all like something a little different. We all need something a little different. As far as what we got at home, we want to change cattle. You know, it takes a different kind to change them sometimes, and it's always good to see the diversity within these shows. A lot of people think that's negative. I do not. I like it. And with that being said, I'll go through and talk these right quick here because I think they're worthy of running back through them here. The heifer calf out of this first division, she was the only one in there, but I think this one reads with just a tremendous amount of future. We want to talk structural integrity. This one's probably got as much as any in the whole lineup. She's one that's awesome bodied to be this young and juvenile in her age here, and I think she just reads with a lot of future, a lot of good in that one. The heifer out of that second division, she was one that gave us a neat look about her head and neck, so feminine, so angular. When we get her back out here, she probably just gives up a little bit of the foot size and bone of what we need in relation to some of these others, but I think that female's very functional. She's one that's going to continue to get better as we watch her go on down the road here. The female out of this next class, she won that division. Just due to her structural correctness and her power, and I think we get her back out here, and she's still probably as good off her hind leg, the way she's designed in that hock down in that pastern as anything we've got out here. She's one that is probably a little rounder in her muscle shape than what my liking is, but at the same time, she's one that's still got some muscle to her. She's still got some top and hip in her. Along with that, she's got some rib and shape to her rib cage there. Not quite as neat through her chin as some of the others, but a female that's still certainly a contender out here today amongst this group competing for champion and reserve. Female out of the next division, just a powerhouse in terms of shape and dimension and performance and foot size and bone and foot shape. And I think that still rings true when we get her back out here. One that's so three-dimensional, gives you just a donor cow look, I think. A lot of power in this one, a lot of goodness. She, too, is a contender as we get back out here to pick your champion. Young ladies heifer out of this next division. You want to talk about one that's smooth and maternal, so feminine about her head and neck. She's long necked, she's flat shouldered. She still opens up with a tremendous amount of shape in her upper rib down into her lower body. I'd like to see this one with a shot more foot size and bone, but I think when we look at the rest of the quality of this female here, there's so much to appreciate about her. She's one that's got a nice little udder placement under her right now, and I think she's going to make a nice brood cow, going to make a nice show heifer for this young lady too. As we move on down the line here, the next heifer's one that's just chock full of power. She's probably as square built and three-dimensional as anything out here. With that being said, we'd maybe just like to free her up and set her back in her knee a little bit, just give her a little more flexibility off both ends, but that one gives you a neat look. Very level, very square, very powerful. We round things off here with this older female here, and I'll just tell you that one reads with a lot of goodness to me too. I think we want to talk about one that's going to go out here pretty quick and make just a really functional, easy keeping kind of brood cow. That's her. But not only is she have those things going for her, she's still got some look, she's got some bone. She's a female, maybe not quite as smooth as some of the others out here, but you want to talk about dimension in one, you've got to appreciate this one. I'll give them another look here right quick. Folks, first and foremost, let's give all these exhibitors, breeders, everyone here a round of applause. Incredible show we've got here.
As he takes another look, we'll talk this division. I think just another nice group out here. These two class winners, soundness and just the parts and pieces they have, just building from the ground up, read really true. I thought we had an extremely nice group of seconds over there. That first class, we talked some differences, just the added mobility and looseness of skeleton, I think brought the young ladies class winner out there in that first class, and then we had a really nice pair in that second class, and just in terms of some freshness and overall design, it sorted that pair for me out here, but I thought those were extremely two high quality females. Let's congratulate them out of that last class. We'll keep that pair out of the class 2 together for your Grand and Reserve in this division. Congratulations to them.
And your grand champion percentage black Hereford female goes to entry number 26, Womack Lassie 1169, exhibited by Bennett Farms of Eureka, Mississippi. Congratulations. And first place over in Class 64 over in your Class 64, first place goes to entry number 5660, 4K R Fieldstone 82J, exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And second place in that class goes to entry number 5661, 4K R Iggy Z4J2, exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma as well. And those two were your junior champion heifer and your reserve junior champion heifer. Congratulations. And we are ready to select your full-blood purebred grand champion Braunvieh heifer. Again, we are ready to select your grand champion full-blood percentage or full-blood heifer in your Braunvieh show. Yeah, and your reserve grand champion percentage female goes to entry number 20, RCF Ransom Hallie J45903G, exhibited by Caitlin Cole of Lancaster, Kentucky. Congratulations. Again, we are ready for your grand champion heifer.
Well, keep it moving around and just take a little time here in the Heifer Drive. I think I landed here in Louisville last week on Monday, and we rolled through about 52 females this weekend through the junior shows. So wearing down just a little bit, but it gets you back pumping when you come out here and see good cattle like this and get the chance to have to be in the ring here on the green chips at to me what is probably one of the most important, if not the most important show for our crew and our unit. I know most of my guys were packing up tie-outs and taking stuff home for the day, and I think everybody's excited to land back in Hagerstown, Indiana for a few days and actually see home and not a motel room. But the opportunities this show and this venue hold and what it can bring you, it's truly special. This place is very near and dear to my heart, and it means a lot to us. We ramp up pretty much every year just for this show alone, even though we might go to a couple hundred others. This one is very, very special. So I hope everybody in through this ring in the reserve divisions and people ringside and back in the barn know how special this show is and to be out here. Through the years of doing this, you know, not everybody's happy because there's only gets to be a grand and reserve, but I can tell everybody, you know, whether you could win a class or win a division or be towards the top of a class at a place in a venue like this, it means something because the quality is so good no matter what breed you're in. The cattle are good, the people, the breeders. There's so much talent in this industry right now, and there's such a positiveness in this industry. It just builds tougher and tougher environments. So I guess it leads people to be a little bit more bummed out if they don't just win that banner. But the neat thing about it is, at venues like this, with people ringside that watch, hey, I'm just one man's opinion. Y'all folks ringside get to make your own opinion as well and decide what works best for your programs, whether it's semen sales, genetic edges, or whatever it is. It's all important. So I continue to strive to everybody always continue to analyze and be your own judge, because it doesn't always just matter what I say. A group of y'all for taking the time and to be here. I think everybody's a strong contender in this breed, and it's what makes the breeds go forward. I have truly, enjoyed sorting through these Braunvieh cattle so far. I know we got the full-blood bull show to go, but boy, this full-blood heifer show, it was good. It started off really, really good, and I commend you guys on that. I think our calf 1 champion, boy, this one comes out, and I think, for a calf to go against big breds, I'll just be the first to say this thing's in contention in terms of just design and build and look. This one puts a lot of things together, checks a lot of boxes for me, and I know she's a lot younger out here comparably to some, but you can see where this one's headed. I think this one, in terms of structure and design, is just so good. The shape and the turn to her rib is bad to the bone. I think just reads really, really good and maternal. And then the length and the look and the design of this one out to her front third of her skeleton is so good. I think just a heifer that's got a world of future. But boy, she's ready to run right now, and I think she's in competition out here with the rest of this group. The female that won the second division in terms of just foot and bone work is massive. This one's opened up a notch more than a few out here and still puts it together in an overall balanced package. Maybe not as assembled and as clean through her lower third of her cavity as some, maybe not as trim and neat up through the front part of her skeleton, but I think just in terms of added bone work, added mobility, added power, you got to appreciate that heifer out of that fall division. Our summer division, it came to us extremely trim, extremely functional, locked the feet and legs on this one. Still got plenty of turn to her body as well. Really like the way this one's designed. She ties it all together extremely nice. Maybe not as opened up as some out here, but I think from the side view and then just her added mobility, boy, I think that's an extremely high quality female that's definitely in contention as well. And we ended up with that last division winner, one that was just fresh, soft, loose structured. I think a female that ties a lot of good in here, out here in this lineup. Maybe not as neat and sharp featured as a few out here, but boy, in terms of just having that practicality and those functional parts and pieces, she brings a lot of good to this breed and a lot of good out here in this ring. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself so far. Look forward to the bull show, but we'll keep it rolling. Folks, ringside, let's congratulate all these division winners. We'll go get you a Grand and Reserve full-blood female.
Folks around ringside, let's give Mr. Tim Schaefer another round of applause for coming out and evaluating your open show. And your grand champion heifer goes to entry number 3229, SW Chesla, exhibited by Elon Zingerbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion purebred female goes to entry number 3227, SW Mia, exhibited by Elon Zingelbein from Campbellsburg, Indiana. Congratulations. And congratulations to all exhibitors on a successful Braunvieh female show. We are now moving on to class 75 of your Braunvieh bull show. We need class 75 spring bull calves.
Nice way to kick off our full-blood purebred bull show here, and you know, a little age variation, but I think just in terms of quality and design, both these bulls have that again. Just like the last bull show, I think just comes out with two high-quality individuals, and it's just tweaking on a few little things out here, sorting this pair, because I think both these bulls rated with a ton of quality. You know, for the young man's bull that's going to lead off the class, just the angle and the design of this one's shoulder, I think, holds an advantage out of the front third of his skeleton. The way he's assembled in there, I think, add just a shot more angle and reach out of that front end. But boy, still big-bodied for his stage of maturity. Just a young guy out here, but still comes with plenty of dimension and spread down his top. He's big-hipped, he's big-footed and featured. Really like his skeleton design. I think one that's just loose structured, big bodied, a nice fun prospect there. I think there's a lot of future in that calf. The bull that's going to go to in this class, another big-footed, loose-featured kind of a bull, one that's really good in his testicular development at this stage of the game. You like his body and his shape to him. I think a bull that still has a lot of nice read to his lines and his angles. Like we said, we like to set him back in his shoulder a little bit more. You can make him a notch more attractive comparably to that bull that wins the class, but still plenty of good. Love the looseness, the skeleton, and the design of this calf as well. Two really high-quality bulls there to start off your show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And first place in Class 75, an automatic junior calf champion, goes to entry number 5318, Jams Sancho, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Amaris, Texas. And second place in that class in your reserve division goes to entry number 3917, Mr. M.L. Stetson, exhibited by Mackenzie Stevens of Orange, Texas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is the selection of your senior calf champion bull. Both Class 79 and 80 were single entries, so we will be selecting your senior calf champion bull.
Another division out here in your bull show, and I think some bulls that have some good again, but offer some differences in just the way they're constructed. And I'll talk about them a little bit and show you how we like them. Young man's bull that would be out of that first class. I think just in terms of foot and feature, that bull's massive in that regard. I think ground up, really nice in the pieces he brings to the table from that area. And I think you work on the top side. He's a square built bull, and there's plenty of meat and shape in this one. Still very maternal in his side view look. I think a bull that's got plenty of shape. A bull for me maybe doesn't tie as high out of his shoulder, maybe gets a little shorter and just crestier the way that one's assembled in the front third of his skeleton design. But I still think a bull that just in terms of meat and potatoes brings a lot of really good things to the table and what he holds to offer. Maybe not as advanced in his testiculars out here comparably to development, comparably to the bull that comes out of the second class, but still a bull that handles it extremely nice and just has a lot of fundamental parts and pieces with some added foot and bone to go with that calf. The one that comes out of the second class in terms of just looseness of structure and design and the way he ties it, a little higher tying kind of a calf, but it gives you a little bit more look and just design from the side. Maybe not a square overall hip, comparably to that one that would win the first class, but still a bull that handles it very functional out through that hip. Still one that's got plenty of shape to him. Really like the way this one's designed throughout. I think the silhouette of this bull reads really, really true and gives you a really nice look from the side. Maybe doesn't set his feet down as soft as the one that that wins the first class, but still gets out here and goes extremely good for me. I think a bull that just handles it a little better the way he's put together on the stand. So I think two high quality bulls. For me, the pieces out of the bull out of the second class, a little extra length, a little higher tying, both very good. Young lady, you'll have champion in this division. Young man, you'll have reserve.
And your senior calf champion goes to entry number 4772 at JBB Jamin JR 108J, exhibited by J-Bar Braunvieh, Heldy, Texas. And your reserve senior calf champion goes to entry number 1803, Colby Jack 36, exhibited by Coy Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 88.
Here in our purebred Black Hereford show, we had 4 single entry division winners, so we just decided to bring them all out here together, and I'll run through them here and tell you what I see in these 4 heifers. I think we got 4 females here. They're all awfully good in terms of quality, and I think they've all got a place in your programs no matter what you want to do. We switched these 2 here. This heifer in second wouldn't lead, but I'll just go through them down the line the way they're standing and talk them. This heifer here up front, I think she's one that is just very angular in her design. I think she's one that's attractive. She's one that reads with a lot of femininity about her head, over the top side of her neck, and the way it blends into her shoulder there. She's one that's got some levelness to her down her spine and out her hip, one that's got a really nice set to her knee and her hock. Maybe not the biggest footed one out here, maybe not the biggest barreled one we've got out here, but a female that still reads really green in her condition today. One that I think as we continue to watch this one progress, she's just going to get better every day of her life. That's a good female. The heifer here in the second hole, she's one, I think, when you talk about her amongst these 4, she's the heavy structured one. This one's so big-legged, big-footed. She's one that's got a neat look to her up front as well. I think this female reads with so much attractiveness. She's so level in her lines, and when she does get out and walk for him here, I think she's one that reaches out of her front end, and she's designed right in her shoulder in the way she is in her skeleton up there. Maybe just a nickel straighter in her hock, but I still think she gets out and reaches off her rear too with a lot of length of stride. I think that female gives us just a super high quality look out here amongst these 4. Female out of the third class here, we get into a little older female here, and I think this female is probably designed as good from her forerib back into her flank as anyone we've got out here. She's one that's got a big stout hip in her. Once again, we'd maybe like to see her with a shot more foot size and bone. Maybe like to see her set down on those rear 2 just a little softer, but this one on the standstill just gives you that ultra maternal look, reads with a tremendous amount of quality. The female here out of the 4th division is one coming at us maybe just a nickel more moderate in her framework than the one right in front of her, but still so extended in her design. She's one that gives us a powerful look, a female with some added bone, really soft off those hind legs. She's a female that maybe is not just quite as square when you get directly behind her and look at her over the top side of her hip, but I think one that still can get out and motor around the ring like she needs to. That's a good female in her own right. I'll give them one more look here, guys. I'll pick you a champion. Once again, congratulations to all you exhibitors thus far today.
A nice single entry on the mature bull side. I think one that really blends a lot of nice things together in terms of just the package he's in, his trimness, a bull that's big-bodied and big in the center. He's good hip, got some functional pieces to him as well. Bull reads with some attractiveness on the side view, and I think you get around him, he's still got plenty of foot and feature and shape to him. A bull maybe not just going to blow you away in every one aspect, but just the quality of pieces that he can assemble together. You really appreciate the quality this one resembles. I think a bull that could stand some more competition. It'll be nice to see him back out here in the champion lineup here in a minute. Congratulations to him. Nice bull.
And your grand champion purebred Black Hereford female goes to entry number 52, CF Black Candy K02, exhibited by Coltman Farms of Maysville, Georgia. Congratulations. Your reserve grand champion purebred Black Hereford female goes to entry number 41, J.M. Miss Heartland, exhibited by Landon Elson of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 88 and Automatic Champion Junior Bull over in your Braunvieh Bull division goes to entry number 4873, Mr. GBR Renegade, exhibited by Jeremiah Gonzalez from Pastine, Texas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion, full-blood Braunvieh Bull.
Our full-blood show to conclude today on this, and to wrap it up, haven't had just the total big numbers out here in this group, but again, like I've said all day, I'm really impressed with the quality all the way down through. I won't keep the speech long. We did that in the heifer show. I just want to thank everybody from the association and here in North American for allowing me to maybe check off one of the biggest goals, and is judging on the green chips and not showing so many on the green chips. So it was been truly an honor to come out here and evaluate your Braunvieh cattle. I think the quality we've seen in both shows have been so good. It was a lot of fun to sort through these cattle today, and even after a long week and a half, 2 weeks, it definitely kind of brought me back, to get pumped up this morning and come out here and sort through these cattle. So it's truly been my honor. I won't keep it past there. I think we got a great group of bulls out here. I want everybody to have safe travels home and good luck in your future endeavors. Again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Let's show these guys a nice round of applause, and we'll go get you a Grand and Reserve bull to conclude today.
Over here on the Black Hereford side, we're going to pick you a Supreme Champion female here, and I want to take the time now to just thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to come out here and sort through the cattle. Thank the North American. They reached out to me there yesterday afternoon, and I'm sure most of you know had a little mix-up on the judge, and I was already going to be here this morning sorting through the Aberdeens, so I said absolutely, I'd be glad to do it. Kind of like Tim said over here behind me, it's always been a dream, and this is my first chance to ever judge here at the North American. It's always been a dream, and I think back, I thought about it earlier when Brent Toll was over here judging the junior show, and he was talking about all the years of the North American, and this is my 25th consecutive one. Never, ever realized it until I was standing in here a while ago. So that's pretty cool to think about all the people you meet, the peers you meet, the people and the acquaintances you make over those years, and it's pretty cool to be out here with one of my close friends judging on the ring over here next to me. That's pretty neat, because I know a few years ago we were some snot-nosed kids running around eating pretzels and drinking Mountain Dew up here in Freedom Hall. So pretty cool to see how it all evolves. And folks, I want to leave you with that before I pick you a champion here. It's fun to show these cattle. We're all competitive. We all want to win, but at the end of the day, this right here is just kind of showcasing our programs, and what we do at home, what we believe in at home is far more important than what my opinion is out here in the ring of these cattle. You got to believe in what you got at home. You got to do your thing, and if you believe in it, you will be successful. So I'll leave you with that, folks. Once again, thank you all. Been a really good show. I'll pick you a Supreme Champion heifer here.
And your grand champion full-blood Braunvieh bull goes entry number 4772, JBB Jammin JR 108J, exhibited by J-Bar Braunvieh of Heldy, Texas. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion full-blood bull goes to entry number 5318, JM Sanko, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Amherst, Texas. Congratulations. We will now be doing your group classes over in your Braunvieh show. And your overall champion, Black Hereford, goes to entry number 26, Womack Lassie 1169, exhibited by Bennett Farms of Eureka, Mississippi. Congratulations. And your champion produce of dam goes to JBB Kinsley at 9511G over in your Braunvieh show. Congratulations. Who's exhibiting that? We'll have to add, sorry. And that was exhibited by Jose Antonio Munzo from Amaris, Texas. Congratulations. Now we'll be selecting your champion get of sire. And your champion get a sire goes to JBB Denario 6-23D. And your reserve champion goes to DLC Toronto 618D. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now we will be selecting breeder's best forehead. And we are now ready for Class 2 Spring Bull Calves over in your percentage Black Hereford Bull Show. Both Class 2 and Class 3 are single entry, so we will be selecting your Spring Bull Calf Division Champion. Again, both Class 2 and 3 are single entry, so we will be selecting your Spring Bull Calf Champion.
as we start off this bull division here. A pair of bulls that both, I think, when we get them out on the go, get out and take a big step. They're ones that are flexible in their skeleton. The bull that's going to win the class for me, I think, just offers a bit more shape in terms of muscle. I think he's a bit truer and square out the top side of his hip than this bull in second. Bull in second here, like I said, he's one that can get out and motor around the ring really good in the angles to his hock and on down to the ground. For me, I'd just like to give him a shot more power and true dimension all the way through to move up in the class any.
And your Spring Bull Calf Division champion goes to entry number 6, JC's Gentleman in Black, KO3, exhibited by Calvert Cattle Farm of Anderson, Alabama. And your reserve Spring Bull Calf Division champion goes to entry number 4, 2H's Black Charger, KO1, exhibited by Austin Herm of Philpott, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 6 Senior Bull Calves. And first place in Breeders' Best Forehead over in your Braunvieh show. First place goes to Elin Zingenbrand, and second place goes to JMS Cattle. Third place goes to J Bar Braunvieh, and fourth place goes to Alexander Braunvieh Ranch, and fifth place goes to Stillwater Farm. Congratulations to those breeders, and congratulations to all exhibitors over in your Braunvieh show for a successful show here at the North American.
Another single entry here in the percentage bull show, and bull that just really maintains a lot of levelness down his top line when we get him out on the go. Nice set of testicles under him, just